I'm the chair of the United States Sentencing Commission, Carlton W. Reeves, and I welcome you all to this hearing this morning. I thank each of you for joining us, whether you're in this room or attending via live stream. I have the honor of opening this hearing with my fellow commissioners. To my left is Vice Chair Claire Murray. To her left is Vice Chair Laura Mate. And to her left is our ex officio, Scott Meisler. And to my right is Vice Chair Louis Felipe Restrepo. I got it. And ex officio, Commissioner Candace Wong. We're also joined by commission employees who do this work for us every day. Some of them are in this room, others are not. They have done the research, and they have done an extraordinary job of assembling these panels today. They've set up this room, and they've done and they do so much else every day. On behalf of the commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, and the public, I want to thank all of our employees, our staff, for the amazing work that they do every single day. When the Commission first created the sentencing guidelines for meth offenses in the late 1980s, the average purity of meth sold in the United States was rarely greater than 50%. At the time, people trafficking highly pure meth were higher up in the drug distribution chain and therefore more culpable. In reflection of that fact, the Commission followed Congress in creating a penalty structure for meth that penalized sellers of pure meth more heavily. This purity distinction was meant to send a message that high-level trafficking of meth does not pay. Last year, the Commission released its first comprehensive analysis of meth offenses in nearly 25 years. It showed that meth trafficking has changed in a number of ways since the Commission adopted its purity-based meth guidelines. Meth trafficking has increased across the country, representing nearly 46% of drug type prosecuted last fiscal year. But meth is now uniformly of high purity. Both high and low-level traffickers sell highly pure meth, and both get hit with higher set of penalties. Accordingly, meth traffickers are, on average, sentenced significantly more severely than traffickers of fentanyl, heroin, and cocaine. All this raises a question of whether the purity distinction is still sending the helpful message, and if not, what will? Answering those questions is why we are here today. Of course, each commissioner and witness speaking today has different views on the specifics of sentencing policy. But we're all on the same team. We all want to reduce the harm of meth trafficking. And we all want to send a clear message to high-level meth traffickers that what we are doing is not right. What they are doing is not right. Indeed, it is wrong, and it does not pay. The purity distinction was meant to achieve those goals, but if purity is no longer an effective indicator of high-level trafficking, the Commission needs to find out what is so that we can forge a better approach. Panelists, thank you so much for all that you're being and for what you've been willing to help us in our search for these answers. We've read your helpful written submissions, which are already posted on our website at www.ussc.gov. Your time will begin when this light turns green. You will have 1 minute left when it turns yellow, and no time when it turns red. If I cut you off, please understand I'm not being rude. I just can't do that. And we have a lot to cover today, and tomorrow we'll be working as well. So we have a limited time to hear from everyone. For our audio system to work, You will need to speak closely into the microphones. When all panelists have finished speaking, commissioners may ask you questions. I'm certain they will. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. I look forward to a very productive hearing. Our first panel that I need to introduce, they're presenting the federal law enforcement perspectives on this issue. First, we'll be hearing from Jonathan Fairbanks from the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, where he serves as a supervisory special agent as a group supervisor over the Appalachian high-intensity drug trafficking area. Second, we'll hear from Scott Alton, also from the DEA, where he serves as Deputy Assistant Administrator and Chief of Forensics in the Forensic Science Division. Finally, we'll be hearing from Dr. Buke Abebe, also from the DEA, where she serves as a pharmacologist in the Diversion Control Program. Mr. Fairbanks, sir, we're ready to hear from you.
Chair Reeves and members of the Sentencing Commission, on behalf of the Drug Enforcement Administration, Louisville Field Division, and the Appalachia High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, thank you for this opportunity to discuss methamphetamine trafficking in the Appalachia region. As a supervisory special agent, I currently serve as the HIDTA Task Force Commander for the Chattanooga Resident Office. HIDTA is a program administered by the Office of National Drug Control that aims to reduce drug production and trafficking in critical regions through federal, state, and local coordinated efforts. I have served as a federal agent with DEA working in clandestine laboratory enforcement for over 25 years. I have also served as the DEA Mexico City Country Office Clandestine Laboratory Coordinator, responsible for overseeing chemical and clandestine laboratory investigations. Additionally, I have served at DEA's Training Academy as a course developer and instructor in domestic and international clandestine laboratory training teams. I'm going to briefly discuss details about methamphetamine, followed by testing and purity points, and then finally trafficking patterns. First, I will cover some basic background information about methamphetamine. Methamphetamine hydrochloride is a Schedule II stimulant under the Controlled Substance Act due to its high potential for abuse and danger. Its illicit production processes also create toxic environments that harm producers, first responders, communities, and property owners. Law enforcement officials or officers typically encounter methamphetamine in 5 forms. First, as a powder, often adulterated and of lower purity, that is white or off-white in color, typically snorted, injected, or taken orally. Second, as base, which is a damp, oily substance with a white, yellow, or brown color, often of higher purity than powder, and is typically injected or swallowed. Third, as high-purity crystalline, known as ice, which is translucent to white, crystal-like, and typically smoked or injected. Fourth, in pill form, usually illicitly produced counterfeit pills made with a stamp and dye in pill presses, using unknown chemicals and doses, making them extremely dangerous to ingest. And fifth, as meth in liquid solution or liquid meth, often used for easier transportation and smuggling and requires recrystallization prior to consumption. Second, I'll talk about the purity trends we have observed. Following a drug seizure, exhibits are transferred to a drug forensic laboratory by law enforcement for confirmatory analysis and substance determination following specific protocols and policies. DEA uses their own forensic laboratories, but other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies may use their own or DEA's. Field agents receive the results, which include the identified substances, weight submitted, substance purity when able, and the amount of pure substance as identifiable. The bulk of seized methamphetamine, both adulterated and unadulterated, in the area of my task force's region is consistently of a high purity of over 87%. As an example, the purity of the drug exhibit seized by the DEA Chattanooga Resident Office between July 2024 and July 2025 ranged between 78% to 98% with an overall purity mean of 87.46%. Experienced manufacturers, habitual users, and trained law enforcement officers may be able to distinguish highly pure methamphetamine from lower purity methamphetamine that has been heavily adulterated based on the drug's appearance, color, texture, odor, and packaging. Although the recent adulteration of methamphetamine with other illicit substances like fentanyl make it very difficult to identify and distinguish. It is my experience, and throughout criminal investigations, users of methamphetamine are very particular with their product and often seek the best high from a known product and source. They do not like to buy products that do not closely resemble the methamphetamine that they are accustomed to getting. And we've seen that if the product fails to result in the expected high, they complain. We hear them over wiretap investigations complain to their dealers about receiving bad meth, lower purity, and insisting on getting a higher purity product on the next buy. On occasion, some of these confrontations become violent. The demand for high purity meth and users has forced transnational criminal organizations to improve illicit production methods and manufacture a higher purity of a product. The users' demand helps drive the market for highly pure meth. Third and finally, I'll discuss methamphetamine trafficking patterns in the Appalachia-Haida region. The Appalachia region consists of 91 counties across Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and the western portion of Virginia. In our region, methamphetamine is seized in various forms, including crystalline meth or ice, powder, pills, and then in liquid solution in that order. The predominant form by volume is high purity crystalline meth, referred to as ice, in the Appalachia-Haida's seizure data. Ice remains the most trafficked and preferred consumer form, showing year-over-year increases, and seizures of the drug have risen sharply by approximately 190% compared to 2022, and 281% over the past 2 years compared to levels prior to 2022. Ice is the predominant form available. In addition, DEA forensic laboratory data from seized methamphetamine drug exhibits shows significant increases in kilograms seized in the last 3 years. At the current rate of 2025, we will surpass 2024, could potentially exceed over 70,000 kilograms. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection has seized 54,769 kilograms so far this year. Last year, they seized just over 79,000 kilos. At this rate, CBP seizures will surpass 70,000 kilos again this year. Seizure data from the Appalachia-Haida, DEA, and CBP indicate methamphetamine seizures in 2025 are on track to surpass previous years, indicating a growing nationwide influx. Those traffickers may use violence and intimidation to maintain control over the trade and avoid detection. DEA continues to see an increase in guns seized as part of methamphetamine drug investigations. Trafficking employs sophisticated techniques, including encrypted communication and complex smuggling methods to evade law enforcement traffickers. And traffickers generally have ties to both domestic and international organized crime enterprises. In regards to overdoses, methamphetamine is a major danger and poses serious risks to users and communities. CDC data shows fewer than 1,000 meth-related overdose deaths annually in the early 2000s, compared to a report of an estimated 37,000 in 2023. Another major driver is high-purity meth mixed with fentanyl. As noted in my testimony, domestic production and street sales endanger not only users but also first responders and law enforcement. In 2023, the state of Tennessee reported 1,500 overdose deaths from psychostimulants like methamphetamine, followed by the years 2022 and 2021 with similar numbers, reflecting a rise since prior years. In Hamilton County, with a population of about 336,000, the overdose death rate is 23 per 100,000, alongside the 1,600 non-fatal overdoses in 2023. Methamphetamine poses severe risks, often leading to death by stroke, heart attack, or organ failure due to overheating. Methamphetamine street prices and seizures indicate the increased availability of methamphetamine, specifically high-quality meth. In 2007, 1 ounce of meth in Tennessee cost approximately $1,000 to $1,800. But now the going rate is approximately $250 per ounce. This equates to an average of $3,500 per pound, of course a better price the more you buy, due to the high purity levels. Street-level distributors have little need to cut or add mixture due to cost, resulting in higher addiction and overdoses. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer your questions.
Good morning, Judge Reeves and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss chemistry of methamphetamine, purity, and DEA testing procedures. As DEA's Chief of Forensics, I oversee 10 decentralized and 6 sub-regional laboratories with more than 560 employees that provide analytical, intelligence, scientific, and other forensic and administrative support to law enforcement, prosecutors, legislators, and the public. I began my career with the DEA as a forensic chemist, testing seized drugs in 1990. In my over 35-year career, I have participated in over 40 clandestine laboratory investigations involving the manufacture of methamphetamine, and have testified in federal and state courts as an expert scientific witness in over 125 criminal cases. I'll focus my testimony today on 3 main topics. First, the chemistry of methamphetamine and how the forms differ. Second, how methamphetamine in seized drugs is manufactured and how the purity level now routinely exceeds 95%. And finally, how DEA standard testing procedures require that seized methamphetamine be tested for weight, identification, purity, and when required, the isomer. Turning first to chemistry of methamphetamine. Methamphetamine exists in 2 isomeric forms, D-methamphetamine and L-methamphetamine. The chemical formulas are exactly the same, but the arrangement of the atoms differ. Like a left and right hand, they are non-superimposable mirror images of each other. That is what the structure looks like. The difference matters in terms of effects on the body and potency. The D form is more sought-after isomer for production of illicit methamphetamine, which my colleague, Dr. Abebe, will discuss further. I'll focus instead on the manufacturing and the purity of methamphetamine. When illicit methamphetamine production became widespread in the 1980s, the preferred method of manufacturing used a precursor called phenyl-2-propanone, also known as P2P, which produced a 50-50 mixture of both types of methamphetamine, commonly referred to as DL methamphetamine. At that time in the 1980s, illicit drug manufacturers had no practical way of separating the less stimulating L-methamphetamine from the desired D-methamphetamine. Then in the 1990s, illicit drug manufacturers started using pseudoephedrine as a precursor chemical to produce only the more potent D-isomer. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, to stem the spread of high-purity methamphetamine, Congress established quantity thresholds for actual methamphetamine, which refers to the amount of quantity of the drug present relative to other substances such as impurities, contaminants, adulterants, and excipients. This change required a purity test to determine the amount of pure methamphetamine seized. In doing so, Congress distinguished actual or high-purity methamphetamine from mixture. In response to a directive from Congress in the Crime Control Act of 1990, the Commission added that the category of ICE to guidelines to distinguish methamphetamine with a very high purity. The Commission defined ICE as D-methamphetamine with at least 80% purity. This new category required additional tests to determine the isomeric form of methamphetamine. The sale of pseudoephedrine products was restricted with the passage of the Combat Methamphetamine Epidemic Act of 2005. These restrictions, coupled with enforcement efforts, prevented illicit manufacturers from readily attaining the pseudoephedrine precursor. As a result, illicit manufacturers reverted back to chemicals like P2P, which makes a 50-50 mixture of DL methamphetamine. However, in approximately 2007, illicit manufacturers began deploying new chemical techniques to convert DL methamphetamine into the more potent D-methamphetamine isomer. The process of converting DL to D isomer requires approximately 3 to 6 more processing steps, but produces the desired D-methamphetamine, the higher potency that is currently trafficked today. Today, we are seeing transnational criminal organizations operating large-scale laboratories, mostly in Mexico, capable of producing overwhelmingly high-purity D-methamphetamine on an industrial scale. As a result, the purity of methamphetamine seized in drugs now routinely exceeds 95% D-methamphetamine. This is a significant increase in purity since the 1990s, when the average purity was 37%. Methamphetamine is seized in three primary forms: 91% as the crystalline powder, 8% as pills, and 1% as methamphetamine contained within a liquid. The majority of seized crystalline methamphetamine is of such high purity that the total mixture is nearly equal to the actual calculation. More recently, drug cartels are producing fake pills that visually mimic pharmaceutical pills, drugs such as Adderall. Prescription Adderall contains amphetamine. Instead, these fake pills contain methamphetamine and other drugs such as fentanyl. Of all the fake Adderall pills that DEA receives, 96% contain methamphetamine. Fake Adderall pills contain approximately 5% methamphetamine. While lower in purity, these fake pills mimic the appearance of illicit pharmaceuticals, where the end user is likely unaware they are consuming methamphetamine. DEA seizures typically contain a large quantity of pills intended for distribution. The final topic I'll be covering is chemical testing. DEA is accredited by the ANSI National Accreditation Board and performs rigorous chemical testing in conformance with ISO 17025. When testing methamphetamine seizures, DEA's testing policy is to determine the weight, identity, purity, and when required, the isomer. Because many state and local laboratories do not have the methodology to determine purity and the isomeric form of methamphetamine, DEA often gets requests to resubmit those samples to DEA for further testing. Other federal agencies, such as Customs and Border Protection, also have similar laboratory systems and regularly conduct tests to determine the weight, identity, and purity of methamphetamine seizures. Testing takes time and is costly. Well, on average, it takes 4 hours to identify the exhibit as methamphetamine, an additional half an hour per analysis to determine the isomeric form, and an additional 0.5 an hour to determine the purity, for a total of 1 extra hour per exhibit to do purity and isomer determinations. To put this into perspective, DEA tests approximately 16,000 methamphetamine exhibits per year, which comprises approximately 30% of our workload. Conducting purity and isomer testing equates to 16,000 additional labor hours and costs an additional $740,000 annually for equipment and supplies. In conclusion, I'd like to leave you with 3 takeaways. DEA standard testing procedures require that methamphetamine be tested for weight, identification, purity, and required the isomer. Purity and isomer are time-consuming and costly. Second, methamphetamine that traffickers are supplying over the past decade is over 95% pure in the form of the D-isomer. And lastly, most methamphetamine seized in crystal and powder form. However, we are seeing a steady increase in the large seizures of fake pills containing methamphetamine. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the chemistry, purity, and testing procedures for methamphetamine, and look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Bebe.
Good morning, Chair Reeves and members of the Commission. My name is Dr. Buki Abegbe, and I'm a pharmacologist with the Drug Enforcement Administration. Over the past 8 years, I've worked in the Drug and Chemical Evaluation section of DEA's Diversion Control Division, specializing in neuropsychopharmacology and addiction science. After earning my PhD in neuropharmacology and completing a postdoctoral fellowship in neuropsychopharmacology at Howard University's College of Medicine, I served as a professor of neuroscience, anatomy, and physiology at St. Mary's College in Maryland before joining DEA. In my current role, I assist in DEA's drug scheduling efforts by authoring scientific reviews published in the Federal Register to regulate novel psychoactive substances. Additionally, I manage research contracts to assess the abuse potential, potency, and pharmacological effects of novel drugs of abuse and provide expert witness testimony in federal drug analog cases. It is an honor to appear before you today to discuss the pharmacology of methamphetamine, including its mechanism of action and potency and abuse potential, the clinical applications of methamphetamine, and its implications for public health and safety. First, I'd like to share some background on methamphetamine. Methamphetamine is a highly addictive and potent central nervous system stimulant. It's been abused in the U.S. since the mid-20th century and is consumed in various ways, including smoking, snorting, injecting, or oral ingestion. Methamphetamine produces intense euphoria, elevated mood, and increased energy. However, these effects come at a significant cost. Chronic use is associated with severe adverse effects, including insomnia, seizures, cardiotoxicity, and long-term use can also result in violent behavior, mood swings, paranoia, and psychosis, including hallucinations and death. Next, let's turn to the clinical applications and the isomeric forms of methamphetamine. Methamphetamine exists in two isomeric forms, D-methamphetamine and L-methamphetamine. The D-isomer is the more potent form and is the active ingredient in the prescription drug digoxin, which is used to treat attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and in some cases, obesity. Also, because of its potency, the D-isomer is the more common isomer used in illicitly produced methamphetamine. The L-isomer, on the other hand, is less potent and is found in the over-the-counter nasal decongestions due to its vasoconstrictive properties. Regarding its mechanism of action, methamphetamine exerts its effects by increasing the levels of dopamine and norepinephrine in the brain. These neurotransmitters are responsible for the drug's stimulant effects, and methamphetamine not only blocks the reuptake of dopamine, as seen in the drugs like cocaine, but it also reverses the dopamine transporter, leading to a much higher accumulation of dopamine in the brain. This mechanism explains the intense euphoria and high abuse potential of methamphetamine. While both isomers of methamphetamine increase neurotransmitters in the brain, their effects on the neurotransmitter differ. The D-isomer is a potent releaser of dopamine and norepinephrine, making it highly addictive. In contrast, the L-isomer primarily affects norepinephrine and has minimal effects on dopamine, which is why it's less likely to be abused. So let's talk about the potency and the abuse potential of methamphetamine. Potency is a critical measure in pharmacology, referring to the amount of drug needed to produce a desired effect. D-methamphetamine is significantly more potent than L-methamphetamine. Basically, this means that it takes more of L-methamphetamine to produce the same effect as D-methamphetamine. Purity also plays a role in the drug's effects. Pure methamphetamine contains only the active drug, which is methamphetamine, while some seized drug samples can contain other pharmacologically active drugs like cocaine, heroin, or fentanyl. These additional substances can alter the overall effects of the drug, making it difficult to predict the pharmacological outcomes based on purity alone. The last topic I'd like to discuss today are the patterns of use of methamphetamine and its public health impact. The method of administration significantly influences the drug's effects. Smoking or injecting methamphetamine delivers the drug rapidly to the brain, producing an almost immediate and intense high. Snorting and oral ingestion result in slower absorption and less intense effects. Regardless of the method used to introduce methamphetamine into the body, many national surveys show that its abuse poses a severe risk to public health. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, psychostimulants, including methamphetamine, were involved in 31% of the drug-related deaths in 2023. Over 2.6 million Americans aged 12 or older reported using methamphetamine in the past year, and overdoses can result in hyperthermia, cardiovascular collapse, and seizures. Chronic use leads to tolerance, requiring users to consume higher doses to achieve the same effects, which increases the risk of overdose. Long-term use is also associated with severe health issues, including insomnia, memory loss, and dental abnormalities, commonly referred to as meth mouth. Finally, I'd like to emphasize 3 points I hope are clear today. First, methamphetamine is a powerful stimulant. It's potentially dangerous and has a significant potential for abuse. Second, the different isomers of methamphetamine work pretty much the same in the body. Third, while there are the over-the-counter preparations that use L-methamphetamine in small doses, these doses are not psychoactive. Drug traffickers provide the potent D-methamphetamine on the streets for users seeking its psychoactive effects. In conclusion, methamphetamine is a highly potent and addictive drug that has devastating effects on individuals and communities. The D isomer is primarily responsible for the drug's stimulant effects and euphoric effects, while it takes more of the L isomer to produce the pharmacological effects of the D methamphetamine isomer. Methamphetamine's mechanism of action, combined with its high potency and rapid onset of effects, places it amongst some of the most commonly abused drugs in the United States. As we continue to address the methamphetamine crisis, it's essential to consider the pharmacological nuances of this drug to inform policy and sentencing decisions. Thank you for the opportunity to share my expertise, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you so much. You all have set the standard high. A yellow light didn't even come on. I turn to my commissioners. Any questions for this illustrious panel? Yes, Judge Restrepo.
Special Agent Fairbanks, thanks for being here. So given that purity's gone up across the board, what markers or indicia do you suggest we take a look at to identify folks in the hierarchy, so to speak, of the distribution chain? Right now, everything's tethered to the purity. What in your experience, what are more accurate markers, so to speak?
If I may, based upon the street-level distribution, what we're seeing in our region in southern Tennessee, the purity or the high-quality meth is at a much lower distribution level than it was in past years over my career. There is little need to mix or add cut or to add other substances to the methamphetamine that's being distributed. So in the traditional form of the traffickers, where you have the street sellers, they have access to high purity meth, as well as the middle couriers or other traffickers at the higher levels as they distribute it down amongst their organization. I hope that answers your question.
I guess my question is, what should we look at to determine sentencing policy in terms of markers tethered to culpability, if not purity? How do I identify the folks that we should be punishing more severely?
Well, from an case agent's perspective, we present our cases to the prosecutors. We provide the individual's participation in the organization, in the drug trafficking organization. Some of these organizations, or most, are rather small, perhaps 10 to 20 individuals at the lower level, and they have various roles and responsibilities. We help the prosecutor define those roles based upon our observations in the investigation, and based upon their roles and responsibility in selling, is the prosecutor would be one of those key individuals to help us identify those charges.
And how do we quantify that in the guidelines?
I don't think I'm able to answer that question in my position. Quantifying the guidelines, we provide a lab report. We tell the prosecutor how much product we have received.
Maybe I'm not making myself clear. So instead of send purity aside, how do I identify the folks that are more culpable, so to speak, than less culpable? Is it their role in the organization, the number of people they supervise, the amount of money they make?
I think if I understand your question clearly, there are, let me respond in this fashion. So there are financial managers or organizers that run the money. There are enforcers that use violence and intimidation in a lot of these organizations. You have your transporters or sellers. They could be one and the same. And the term transporter is rather open to discussion, and then could be also the same as distributors. Then you also have producers and the manufacturers that produce the product. And those numbers have reduced themselves here in the U.S. Based upon those roles and responsibilities, I know that current federal sentencing or current statutes under Title 21 define some of those roles.
Thanks.
He Tracy Murray, please.
Thanks so much to all three of you for being here and for your testimony. I know I read in at least Mr. Fairbanks and I think several people's testimony that the number of guns seized related to meth cases and the associated non-drug crimes, so theft, et cetera, is on the rise. It's obviously interesting to see the trend in it, but also interesting to know where it is relative to other drugs. Do you have any experience? I don't know how much you focus on meth versus other drugs. What are you seeing in terms of associated violence, associated property crime, associated guns with meth cases versus other drugs?
I'll answer first from our observation. No matter what the illicit substance is that's being distributed, guns always have a play. In the Chattanooga, we have a significant gang problem. Gangs and guns go hand in hand. Guns help enforce their gang policies, if we use that term, and their enforcement and their distribution. They use the drug as a commodity to help increase their strength in their organization. But across the board, whether it's being methamphetamine or fentanyl distribution or cocaine distribution, guns are one and the same, and the number of guns we come across very frequently. So I don't think there isn't a difference in product of the volume of guns.
I understand from a lot of this testimony that obviously purity has clustered significantly or in terms of meth seizures today than from years ago. But I wonder if, in seeing some of the testimony about how methamphetamine use results in violent behavior, mood swings, psychosis, is purity still a good proxy? Greater purity still a good proxy for greater dangerousness? Or are you seeing kind of less of a correlation there because even lower purity meth is more likely to be adulterated with fentanyl or things like that, where now it's hard to draw kind of a direct correlation between, even if it was between 80% purity versus 90% purity. Are we still seeing that kind of linear correlation, or is it much more mixed?
I think I'll go ahead and start. First off, that in the 90s, when it was 37%, we did see variations in purity during that time and the potency of the different types of isomers. Now, over the last decade, all we see is virtually pure methamphetamine with the D-isomer. So I don't believe there's any distinction left in purity that is helpful. It's all the same in essence.
If I can just follow up on that. Special Agent Fairbanks, you talked about the predominance of ice in your region, and I think from a guidelines perspective, we have these three categories of meth mixture, and ice. And there has been some criticism that the term ice was not really a term of art prior to the Commission's introduction of it. And I'm wondering why is it that ice has predominated or classification as ice as opposed to meth and meth mixture, and whether you would see disruptive effects from sort of moving to a more binary classification between meth and meth mixture.
Thank you for the question. As you heard from my colleagues, methamphetamine is methamphetamine. The chemical structure is the same. I am not a chemist, but I taught the manufacturing processes. But with that said, ice in the Appalachia-Hyder region is the term that they will use on all of their methamphetamine statistics reports. We submit a quarterly seizure report to them, and we report the product, and they tell us don't use meth, use the term ice. So we write name ice in the column, and then the quantity seized and where it was seized and the date. In the DEA lab reports, we submit up to the lab our exhibits, and then they analyze that, and it comes back on their analysis report as methamphetamine. So the term ice is a street term. It was based upon its appearance, but based upon its structure, it's methamphetamine.
Would you see any kind of disruptive effects if you started using the term methamphetamine instead of ice? Or?
No, it's meth, and we talk about it as meth, and the term ice is in multiple publications throughout and based upon its appearance. But again, it's just methamphetamine, and the purity levels have reached such a lower level to the street, to the users, that it's irrelevant.
Thank you.
Thank you. VC Mate, please.
Thank you. I want to echo the thanks to all of you for being here today and for your thoughtful comments. We really appreciate all the time and thought you put into them. I think my first question is for you, Mr. Olton, just like making sure I understand something you said today with the 16,000 labor hours, and I think I wrote down $740,000. That's attributable to testing for purity and isomers?
Correct. I'm sorry, finish your point.
Oh, yeah, it's for those two, kind of leaving that's just for those two pieces of that.
Yeah, to determine the weight, the identity, and everything else that we do, that's about 4 hours per analysis. But to do the additional isomer and purity testing, that charges an additional hour on top of that, so a total of 5 hours. But so if you add up those 16,000 exhibits that we receive every year, times 16,000 hours, it does take a lot of time. And it actually equates to, we would be capable of doing another 5,000 exhibits of analysis if we didn't do that type of testing, for example.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then, and please correct me if I'm mischaracterizing, from reading, it sounded to me like when we're talking about potency as opposed to purity, whether something is D-methamphetamine or L-methamphetamine matters for that potency question. And if so, is there any way to determine potency without doing the isomeric testing?
Well, let me start first. So there's a distinction between purity and potency. So purity, for example, if I have 100 pounds of methamphetamine and I determine that it's 95%, that means it's 95% pure methamphetamine and 5 pounds of something else, diluents, cuts, excipients, things along that lane. When it comes to potency, I'm going to hand off to my colleague over here because she is going to be able to talk a lot more about potency.
Right. So potency is more defined by the amount of active ingredient in the sample that gives a particular desired effect. So a highly potent sample of methamphetamine would be a sample that has mostly D-methamphetamine in it. And the problem with potency and purity ideas is that you could have some other adulterants in the sample as well that diminish the potency of the sample. Right, so the more of the active ingredient you have, that also causes the desired effect. In this case, right, the stimulant effect, that is a more highly potent substance.
I think I get it. So I think so, but on the potency, so leaving purity aside and focusing just on potency, if we were to try to test for, not we personally, because we would not be testing, but if you were testing for potency, would that necessarily, and maybe the answer is that we can't just test for potency. It wouldn't be potency of meth alone,
So potency would be more of a pharmacological testing, not necessarily a chemical one. It could perhaps involve both. If you're trying to identify first the substance, the active substance, the ingredient, which in this case would be D-meth, and then the effect of that substance on the body or on an animal would have to be tested as well.
If I could just add one thing as an example, fentanyl you sees today. We have an animal tranquilizer that they're adding to it called xylazine, and maybe adding the animal tranquilizer to it actually prolongs and extends the effect of the high. So that's what Dr. Abebe is talking about. Some of the other things that are mixed with it could affect the overall potency.
That's very helpful. Well, while I have the mic, can I ask an unrelated question? For Dr. Abebe, in your written testimony, I think you compared methamphetamine to cocaine in terms of abuse potential. And I was wondering, does that comparison hold regardless of I'll switch back to purity, purity of methamphetamine, or is it?
That's a great question. So if you're talking about a sample that has more than methamphetamine in it, let's say it has fentanyl, let's say it has maybe xylazine in it, that would definitely affect its potency, right? And its residual or resulting effect on the body. So if you're taking an adulterated sample of methamphetamine and you're comparing it to cocaine, the effects could vary. If you're taking a pure sample of methamphetamine and comparing it to cocaine, those are the effects that I write in the testimony, right? That methamphetamine is more potent than cocaine, and et cetera. Yeah.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
So this is a question for the DEA folks. So if purity is not really the best point of reference in terms of sentencing outcomes, what other factors should we take into consideration to better inform sentencing outcomes? Either Dr. Begbe or Mr. Olton, or both?
So, unfortunately, I think this is kind of out of at least my wheelhouse. I think what I can say is I can tell you what you should not do. Okay. I think that distinguishing between the isomers is not workable. I wouldn't do that, primarily because the D-methamphetamine isomer and the L kind of have similar effects in the body, albeit D being much more potent, much more powerful. So in that way, I would answer the question. I don't know that I can answer it more directly.
Very helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Same question, Mr. Olton?
Yeah, well, first off, I agree. Doing the isomer testing is costly and does take time, and it doesn't seem to affect the outcome or the sentencing. And I can't opine beyond that, other than the other drugs that we analyze, for example, cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl, for example. There's no purity distinctions for those either. So I don't know how you get around figuring out which ones are the higher penalties, but same type of drug, same type of concept.
Thank you very much.
Yes, no, go ahead. Lisa Murr.
I know none of you is a prosecutor, but I'm hoping you might have visibility on something that has been confusing to me the whole time. So if almost all crystal meth is, 95%, 98% pure, why are there some jurisdictions where that is primarily charged or sentenced as ice, which for purposes of the guidelines is something 80% or higher pure, and in other jurisdictions it's predominantly charged, sentenced as meth actual?
Let me start with my observations. So in Tennessee, methamphetamine is the largest drug being distributed in the state. In our area, the Eastern District of Tennessee is for the U.S. Attorney's Office there. They charge they use conspiracy charges and other charges in lieu of the sentencing guidelines. They'll use the mixture charge if it includes fentanyl or substances similar to that. But traditionally, they don't have a practice of using the enhancement for ice because of the other charges and based upon the math. And I'm not great at the categories of quantity, but they want to know how much was it and is it meth? That's what they want to know first off. And at the state level and counties, is it meth? First question. Second is how much? And that's what they use for charging at the state.
So no purity?
Purity comes into play, yes, from the lab results, but, Mr. Olton can explain this more detail, but the DEA labs had a backlog over the past several years, and then they've caught up on this significantly. And so we, as a case agent, we would receive the purity results later in the prosecutorial phase. And then they would come up, but by that point, charges had already been placed on the indictments, which is conspiracy or trafficking or other such charges.
But so then maybe it's the sentencing phase that they're deciding whether or not to treat it as ice or as meth actual, right? Because anything over 80%, you could calculate either way. Do you have any?
I believe you're
into
correct.
why they're doing one or the other?
I haven't prosecuted a case or presented a case to a prosecutor myself in the last 6 years, but my case agents in my office do so weekly, and we'll get the quantity first, and then later when the lab results come back, we'll provide that into the case file as discovery, and then the purity comes available then. But yes, I think it's safe to say in the sentencing portions of that, or if trial is pending months down the road, it comes into play.
And if I may add to that, so as Special Agent Fairbanks was discussing, approximately 3 years ago, we had a 42,000 exhibit backlog, 42,000 exhibits waiting to be tested, and we receive on average about 5,000 per month, and we're capable of analyzing 5,000. So you see the conundrum we were in. So what was happening is our U.S. attorneys were waiting 9 months to get a result. So I can't presume to know what they do, but they were prosecuting their cases the best they had without the information that they needed. So that has we have significantly reduced our backlogs from now we're doing testing in about 30 days, which is, we still want to go faster because we want to give our prosecutors the information they need to charge however they think it's possible. The distinction between ICE and actual, as we talked about, it essentially results in the same base offense level because all of our methamphetamine that we seize is greater than 95%, so it automatically qualifies as ICE. It's greater than 80. So our U.S. attorneys, majority of the ones that we've been working with, have been charging solely based on actual and not requiring the ICE because it results in the same base offense level, if that's helpful.
We have kind of a map that they've shown us of jurisdictions where the primary way that things are sentenced is mixture, which is the places basically where there's no testing, right? And then places where it's primarily sentenced as ICE and places where it's primarily sentenced as actual. And there are many jurisdictions where it's primarily sentenced as actual, but actually there are more jurisdictions than you would think where it's primarily sentenced as ICE, and that's curious to me.
In some instances, for example, our Customs and Border Protection, they have a laboratory system very, very similar to ours, and they're right on the southwest border. So they have laboratories, and they do purity determinations and isomer determinations. We by normal course, we asking our United States attorneys, if you want us to do the isomer test, we will. So we've kind of, in some sense, backed off of doing the isomer testing. So in those instances, they don't have enough information to charge ICE. But in other in jurisdictions, we do isomer testing, and then they'll pursue that charge.
Commissioner Wong?
In terms of importation of methamphetamine on the ground, are you seeing a predominant or primary form of what's the factual scenario we're seeing most commonly?
I refer in my statement, I can start with that. We are seeing it come across in meth in liquid solution for easier concealment and transportability into the U.S. It's also coming across in kilo bricks through various ports of entries. The volume is increasing, and I think the CBP seizure data would be able, if we were to dig deeper into that, would be able to provide a more clear answer as to which form is the most common seized. But from us in the Appalachia region and in Tennessee, it's in crystalline form.
Mr. Olton, I have a question, and then I think I might have one for Dr. Bebe. With respect to the area, is there any particular, are you doing drug testing nationally or in a particular area?
We have laboratories throughout the United States, so all the data that I'm presenting is based on DEA testing from all throughout the United States, 10 laboratories.
Okay, from all 10 laboratories?
Yes.
And I guess these 5,000 a month or whatever the exhibits that you're able to handle, those that are waiting in line, I'm assuming defendants are waiting to be prosecuted based on the findings that you are to make. Is that right?
It's certainly during that period of time when we were a 9-month backlog, we were waiting for U.S. attorneys to call us up and beg us to analyze the exhibit so they could prosecute their cases. So I can't answer beyond that other than we were doing the best we could with the resources that we had.
Right, and I only ask that question because many of these defendants remain in pretrial detention during the course of waiting for their trial, and of course that's an expense that's borne by the U.S. Marshal Service, I guess, because those pretrial detainees are in the custody of the United States Marshal for that extra period of time awaiting for trial, because we've written our laws as there's a presumption that those people remain detained until their trial. You know, so the added cost is, in addition to the 16,000, I think you said 16,000 hours, which plus the 6 hours for each test that it takes to do, 5 or 6 hours for each test. Is that right?
That's correct. Approximately 5 hours.
All right. Now, Dr. Bebe, I want to make sure I understand with you. I think in your written testimony you used the term that is the purity-based distinction. There's no pharmacology. I hope I'm saying the word right. Pharmacological. Say it for me.
Pharmacological?
There you go.
Okay,
Pharmacological.
there we go.
That there's no pertinent difference. Could you just explain that for me? Because I couldn't say the word.
Sure. I think your question is, are you asking about the purity itself and how that is devised in pharmacology? Like, how do we know?
Yes.
How are we defining? Okay. So typically we're defining purity as the amount of active ingredient in the sample. But in many cases, in this, poly drug use era and the era in which there's a lot of adulterants in the samples, there are other active ingredients that are not intended, that the user doesn't know is in there, right? So then in this case, we could have methamphetamine, and then we could have fentanyl, we can have a little bit of xylazine, all in the same sample, even though it may be predominantly methamphetamine. So purity in the distinction for us, for pharmacologists, is really like the amount of active ingredient that is intended to be there, right? And so in this case, it would be methamphetamine. Does that make sense?
What, if any, difference it is? Street level users just sell it to whomever.
Yes.
Whoever will buy it, they will buy it. What about a person's physiological body might make a distinction between how it affects individuals based on whether it's cut with BC powder, I'm just saying, or with cocaine, or with fentanyl, or with anything else, xylazine, it's what you mentioned. What if it's adulterated or cut with any other thing? Does a person's physiological makeup have any difference or any bearing on how it affects that individual?
Sure. I think it takes into consideration a couple of things. If that person is a user of any of the other substances in that sample. So let's say it's cut with xylazine. I prefer it's adulterated with xylazine, right? Tolerance to the other substances in the sample would dictate perhaps how it affects that particular user. There's other things, the bioavailability, how those bioavailability is kind of a pharmacological term, but it just means how available the drug is once it's ingested. Because the body does a bunch of different things to drugs in order to allow it to be present in the bloodstream. So any amount of the drug that's in the bloodstream is free to interact with the brain and go in and have its effects. So things that could affect that would be a tolerance to a particular, that could affect the body's effects, right? The body's resulting effects after taking the drug. It could be, things like tolerance, the method in which the person took the drug, so, snorting or, smoking, injecting, etc. There are different things that could affect that. Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, lady and gentlemen, for your testimony. We certainly appreciate it, and I thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
We're ready for our second panel as we swapped out places. And obviously, you're free to stay around to listen to the other testimony if you wish. Second panel will provide us with perspectives from academic experts. First, we have Dr. Carla Wagner. I presume it's Wagner, not Wagner. All right, okay. A behavioral scientist and professor in the School of Public Health at the University of Nevada, Reno. Second, we have Dr. Jonathan Calkins, who serves as a Stever University Professor of Operations, Research, and Public Policy at Carnegie Mellon University's Hines College and as a member of the National Academy of Engineering. Dr. Wagner, we're ready when you are.
Thank you. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Reeves, and everybody on the commission for the invitation to be here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to share some of my research on methamphetamine to inform these deliberations. I'm a behavioral scientist. I work in a school of public health, and since 2014, I have been living and working in Nevada, where the prevalence of methamphetamine use and related harms are extremely high. In the age-adjusted death rate for methamphetamine-involved deaths in Nevada is 18 per 100,000 compared to the U.S. average of 11 per 100,000. So as a result, I have focused a significant portion of my research agenda on this issue. This morning, I'm going to share information that I have learned directly from people who use methamphetamine. They are the ones with the most firsthand knowledge of what's going on in the streets, what the health consequences are, and what prevention and treatment strategies are most effective. This information has been gathered by me, by my staff, and by my students who spend many, many hours sitting in rooms with people who use methamphetamine and talking with them about their lives. We just wrapped up a study in which we did one-on-one interviews with 420 people who use methamphetamine in Nevada and New Mexico. So just to sort of cut to the chase, in response to the first question of whether the existing sentencing disparities are warranted, my professional opinion is no, they're not. My research supports the Commission's own findings that today's methamphetamine is highly pure, with few contaminants. We analyzed street drug samples from 25 states, and so these are samples that are submitted to a lab by people who use drugs. And we found that the average number of substances detected in crystal methamphetamine was just one. We only found methamphetamine. This tells us that the methamphetamine contains very few adulterants, even fentanyl. In fact, our final analysis reported that fentanyl was detected in only 6% of those methamphetamine samples, and in many cases that appeared to be due to cross-contamination, so inadvertent mishandling. So given the nearly universal availability of high-purity methamphetamine, the distinction between methamphetamine actual, or ice, and methamphetamine mixture doesn't make sense to people using drugs in this landscape. People are not choosing their drugs based on purity. Everything available to them is very pure. And it is my opinion that most people are responding to the market, not driving it. So now turning to the current threshold of 5 grams, which we haven't talked about yet this morning, 5 grams of methamphetamine actual or ice. So I talked to people in preparation for this conversation to learn about what they are using and purchasing on a regular basis. And what I learned is that 5 grams is not a lot of methamphetamine. Average users who inject might consume 1 gram over 1 to 3 days. Average users who smoke might consume as much as 3.5 grams per day. So based on this information, 5 grams could easily represent just 1 or 2 days of personal use for someone who smokes and maybe a week or 2 for someone who injects. And as I mentioned in my written statement, there are many reasons why people might have even more than this and still not be involved in trafficking. I also learned that the methamphetamine is really cheap right now. Just this month, when I was asking people what they're paying on the street, the prices for crystal methamphetamine where I work ranged from $10 to $20 a gram, with prices varying based on location and quantity. And buying in bulk is cost effective. For instance, one participant in my study told me that he can buy 7 grams for $50. This is about half of what he would pay if he bought those grams individually. So the conclusions that we can draw from this is right now methamphetamine is very cheap and very pure. 5 grams is clearly too low of a threshold to determine trafficking. And it's easy to see how someone with even as little as $50 could have much more than this in their possession. I'd like to now turn my attention to the reasons that people use methamphetamine and the health consequences. My research shows that people who use methamphetamine for reasons that many of us would agree are quite rational, especially when you live in a world where illegal drugs are easier to access than more appropriate healthcare and clinical options. In that study of 420 people that we interviewed in Nevada and New Mexico, 61% said they use methamphetamine to help them stop worrying, and 69% said they use it to feel better when they're depressed. They're using methamphetamine to self-medicate their mental health concerns. 3/4 of the people in that study said they use it to stay awake. More than half said they use it to help concentrate or study or work. And nearly half said they use it to relieve physical pain that they can't get treated with more appropriate treatments. In our qualitative work, participants report using methamphetamine to alleviate the oversedation of fentanyl or other opioids, including the methadone that they're prescribed for the treatment of their opioid use disorder. We're having a lot of conversations right now about increases in drug overdose deaths involving methamphetamine, and this has been a really important catalyst for some of the work in my group. We asked people who use methamphetamine directly if they've ever experienced a methamphetamine overdose, and they definitively tell us this is not possible. People don't die from meth. They look at me like, I don't know what I'm talking about. They do describe acute and often worrisome symptoms that generally fall into two categories: cardiovascular harms, things like rapid heart rate, difficulty breathing, and psychiatric harms, anxiety, paranoia, hallucinations. But given what we know about the mechanics of acute methamphetamine toxicity compared to opioid overdose, it really doesn't make sense to be calling these deaths methamphetamine overdose deaths. If we look closely at the overdose death surveillance data, we see that a large share of the deaths involve multiple drugs, including stimulants and opioids. And this tracks with my research. In that study of 420 people, over 90% reported using multiple drugs. The average number of illicit drugs that people reported was 3. If we include also alcohol, tobacco, and nicotine, the average number was 6. Only a handful of people in that study, and we recruited people who use methamphetamine, only a handful of people use only methamphetamine. In another study, I analyzed data from 168 deaths with a positive toxicology report in Nevada, so people who died with drugs on board. Just 1/4 of them involved stimulants alone. 3/4 involved opioids and stimulants. We found that people whose death was attributable to stimulants alone were on average more than 10 years older and had a higher prevalence of cardiovascular disease and diabetes compared to people who died with only opioids or opioids and stimulants. So these data suggest that stimulant-only decedents are older and sicker than opioid decedents. And it points to an accumulation of chronic disease over years of methamphetamine use. In fact, a recent analysis of methamphetamine-involved deaths in San Francisco found that stimulant-only deaths were less likely to have any evidence of recent drug use compared to stimulant fentanyl deaths. The researchers concluded that many of these deaths might not be driven by acute toxicity at all, but instead the result of chronic disease contributed to by years of substance use. I'm not saying that methamphetamine is harmless. We know that methamphetamine use is associated with infectious disease transmission, neurological changes, damage to the cardiovascular and the cerebrovascular system. Heart failure and cardiac disease are commonly identified as the cause of death among people who use methamphetamine. So I want to talk lastly about the ways that people who use methamphetamine try to keep themselves safe, and I think this is relevant to today's conversation. People who use drugs are well aware of the harms, and they do a lot to try to minimize those harms. And a lot of it right now is all tangled up with fentanyl. It's important to note that most people, as I said, are polydrug users, and many people use both methamphetamine and fentanyl. And in response to the increased availability and lethality of fentanyl, many people have switched from injecting to smoking their drugs. This helps them avoid HIV and hepatitis C virus infection. It also helps them regulate their dose so that they don't overdose on fentanyl. And one of the primary ways that people who use methamphetamine tell us that they try to stay safe in this very volatile market is to buy their drugs from a trusted source. They rely on this more strongly than using fentanyl test strips or other prevention methods. And you can see how activities that disrupt street-level selling, low-level selling, and buying networks can easily interfere with this strategy and expose people to different and unknown products. Low-level sellers are easily replaced, so taking one person out only disrupts that network, but it doesn't address the source. From a public health perspective, what we think we need to do is address root causes. If we want people to change their behavior, the threat of incarceration does not do that. I know somebody who's been arrested 14 times, and he just graduated from treatment for the 9th time. And he attributes that successful treatment graduation and the change in his drug use not to the threat of penalties, but to the investments that a community of people made in him. Now he works for me, has a full-time job with benefits, and is going back to school. The answer from a public health perspective is to invest in the evidence-based solutions that help people get their basic needs met, their trauma and behavioral health care needs addressed, and to invest heavily in expanding access to evidence-based treatment and research to expand the availability of that treatment. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner. Dr. Calkins, please.
Good morning, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. Thank you so much for the chance to present here. I've been studying drug policy for a little over 35 years, and my specialty is the logistics and supply chains of illegal markets. I'm going to try to make 5 points. The first is that it does happen at times in some countries and markets that an illegal drug appears in what amount to qualitatively 2 different forms, one more harmful than the other. And I use, as an example in the written testimony, Denmark and cocaine. Who would have known? But from roughly 2012 to 2016, it turned out that Denmark had both low purity cocaine, usually around 20%, and high purity cocaine, usually around 80%, not much in between. So in that country, in that market for that drug, there'd be at least a possible justification for having 2 different schedules for the same total weight of the low purity and the high purity cocaine. I mention that to point out that it's not an intrinsic property of the chemistry of the drug or its psychopharmacological properties, because cocaine powder has never looked like that in the United States. Whether or not a drug appears in 2 or more sort of qualitatively different forms is in some measure just the collective decisions of the drug traffickers who are doing the supplying. In the United States today, cocaine doesn't look like that, meth doesn't look like that. The only major drug in the United States that does look like that is fentanyl, which appears in fentanyl powder. Lot of variety in the purity, but 10 to 20% might be typical, and counterfeit pills, which are typically 2 milligrams in a roughly 120 milligram tablet, or about 2%. So there's sort of a 5 to 10 difference there. But cocaine and methamphetamine are not like that today. As other people have already said, in the past, meth was different. In the past, purity declined as it moved down the distribution chain, so high purity was correlated with market level and culpability, but that's not true anymore. In the past, there was sold commonly both the racemic mixture that was some D and some L, or also stuff that was mostly D, but today it's almost all D form. So no longer in the U.S. today are there commonly sold these qualitatively different forms that might justify having different schedules. And as a result, having different schedules in a market that is essentially selling just one kind of product creates the opportunity for arbitrary decisions about how something is going to be charged. If there's a kilogram that's 95% pure, it could be charged as 1 kilogram of mixture, or it could be charged as 950 grams actual, which of course is equivalent to 9.5 kilograms of mixture in the sentencing table. So there's sort of an arbitrary decision that determines whether or not that defendant gets charged here or gets charged at a level that would be akin to their supplier who is dealing in quantities 10 times as much. So that's the first half of what I'd like to say. that no longer does it make sense to distinguish. But then that raises the question of should mixture be charged the way ice and actual are today, or should ice and actual be charged the way mixture is today? And I make three arguments in the written testimony for why it would make sense to go the latter. The first is to look at the number of chronic users who are supported per kilogram of material for meth and for cocaine. We could go into Q&A why the term is chronic user. It came from ONDCP. There's pros and cons. But the idea is how many of the people that Dr. Wagner was talking about are supported per kilogram of material, meth or cocaine. And the short answer is for the year, most recent year for which we have good data, it was about the same. The second comparison is to think about the value to the traffickers, because when you are supplying drugs, you're doing two kinds of harm that generate two sources of your culpability. One is you're supplying the drug that's harmful to the users. The other is you're participating in an illegal market whose profits generate incentives for violence, corruption, distort labor markets, and all of the problems that come with large illegal markets. And now that methamphetamine prices have gone down so much, the economic value per kilogram is lower for methamphetamine than it is for cocaine on a weight-for-weight basis. So the person who's responsible for trafficking a certain quantity of methamphetamine is responsible for fewer dollars in the market, less incentives for violence, than a person trafficking the same quantity of cocaine. The third set of arguments come from a draft paper done with my colleagues Greg Majette and Peter Reuter. We look at 4 separate harms to users and to society more generally: death, emergency room mentions, chronic use, and adult male arrestees per unit weight. Again, sentencing guidelines focus on weight, so we look at it per unit weight for crack and for methamphetamine mixture. And in particular, the key table looks at 28 grams of crack and 5 grams of meth mixture, which would be charged the same way if we collapse from actual and ice coming down to being like mixture. On all 4 of those outcomes, the 28 grams of crack cause greater harm than the 5 grams of methamphetamine, which is to say, even if the collapsing were in the direction of leniency, it would remain the case that the methamphetamine would be punished harder than crack, and hence also much harder than powder cocaine. So in summary, although there's nothing intrinsic about methamphetamine that means it would never make sense to have different schedules for different forms, the market conditions today no longer justify it and create the opportunity for sort of arbitrary differences in sentencing. And if they are going to be collapsed, and if you think that the sentencing for cocaine is ballpark correct, it probably makes more sense to collapse in the sense that the ice and actual get sentenced the way that mixture has been rather than the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Calkins. I turn to my colleagues. Any questions for this panel? Okay.
Dr. Wagner, thanks for being here today and for your written submissions. So aside from publishing these guidelines, the Sentencing Commission also does a lot of teaching or education. We work with judges, probation officers, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and anybody that will listen. And we also do a lot of research. So how can we best marshal those tools to address the problems you've identified?
Wow. I think maybe the one most important thing I would say is that we all have an image in our head that comes up when we talk about a person who uses methamphetamine, and that image looks a certain way, right? You're seeing a particular kind of person in your head right now who is potentially unhoused, maybe has a little bit of a wild look in their eye, probably has some oral hygiene problems. And I think one of the best ways that we can actually address this problem is to think very hard about those images and those stereotypes and how that contributes to stigma around substance use and how that creates conditions where it's very challenging for people to address their substance use issues, right? Stigma and shame and discrimination in the medical system and interactions with the criminal legal system challenge people who already are having a hard time getting their basic needs met. So to the extent that we can use our powers to educate people about the everyday realities of people who are using drugs, about the millions of Americans who are using methamphetamine and don't look like that, and then marshal our research enterprise to really identify more effective treatments. Right now, we only have a couple of treatments that are effective in addressing methamphetamine use disorder. You'll hear about it later from people who work in that field. One of them is contingency management, which is very expensive, very resource intensive, and we can't always get it paid for using Medicaid. We have no FDA-approved medications for the treatment of methamphetamine use disorder right now. We have several promising candidates, and you have some of the country's experts in the room today that you'll hear about this from. But investing our resources educationally in addressing stigma and stereotypes and resource-wise in identifying more effective treatments and addressing root causes, I think is really where I would marshal our resources.
Thank you.
Next question, V.C. Murray.
Thanks so much to both of you for being here, and to both of you, but especially to Dr. Calkins, who has become a frequent flyer. Thank you for your third time here, I think, recently. I think one question that I'm interested in, I think probably many of us and members of Congress, et cetera, is what are the levels of associated violence with meth use as compared to other drugs, I mean, just to get a purchase on it. Dr. Calkins gave us sort of one way into that question, which is looking at price relative to other drugs, and certainly price makes sense that it would be an incentive to violence. I'm wondering if either of you has experiential studies that Dr. Wagner, based on the people you've talked to, not anecdotal exactly, but on the ground experience of whether what you would expect to see based on the incentives is in fact what you see on the ground, or whether there are other confounding factors. Thanks.
I guess what I would say is I've been doing this work for 25 years. I am trained as an anthropologist, and so we do our work in the field with people. We spend a lot of time with people. So I have spent a lot of time with people who use methamphetamine. I put my students in rooms with people every day. We run a field site where we're following a cohort of 300 people who use drugs right now. I have never had a violent incident in my office. I have never been threatened. I have never felt threatened. And so this goes back to this other conversation about, I understand that there is violence associated with trafficking markets, and I believe that to be true. But on the day-to-day level of working with people who use methamphetamine, that is not our experience. And so there's a distinction to be made there between the higher sort of trafficking organizations and what goes on there and what's happening every day in people's lives on the street.
I want to begin by making reference to the genius paper by Paul Goldstein all the way back to 1985. And you guys might have already heard this, and I apologize if it's redundant in that sense. But when thinking about violence in the crack era, Paul made this really careful and thoughtful distinction between psychopharmacological violence, which is the violence committed by the person who's using the substance, where alcohol, for instance, is very problematic, economic compulsive violence, which is I need money to buy the drugs, so I will commit a burglary or a mugging, and systemic, which is, at the time, was sort of characterized as dealers fighting dealers over turf. But a lot of but it means violence by dealers. It's often fights over deals gone bad or discipline within trafficking organizations. And at the time, Paul's main point was that systemic violence is actually probably at least half. Now, that's a different drug in a different era, but overall, there is an amount of violence that comes from the use, but a lot of it really comes from the trafficking, and that's why I was focusing on the money to be made as an incentive. But I will also say, and this is not a suck-up, I already wrote down here in response to your earlier asking you that question that my colleagues Craig, Peter, and I should add one more column to that analysis, which is guns seized per kilogram. And we haven't done it, but we sure can. My best guess is that...
Did you get it done by April? Just kidding.
Yes, absolutely. For sure we can and will. My best guess is that in ballpark terms, methamphetamine traffickers and cocaine traffickers are sort of equally noxious to society in this regard. But I am really curious to see on that particular measure whether when we look more carefully there's any detectable difference.
Commissioner Meisler.
Thanks for being here. I think I have one question for each of you. I'm happy to hear experiences. So I was struck, Dr. Wagner, by the observation in your written testimony that what appears to be pure crystal meth from a trusted source is one of the primary ways that people attempt to reduce their risk of exposure to contaminants, including fentanyl. And I guess I'm just wondering from your experience whether users can tell the quality of the meth that they're ingesting and whether they seek out meth of a certain level of purity for whatever reason.
Thank you for the question. I think the answer is it depends. I think it depends on who you are and where you are and what is available. People have kind of an embodied sense of how the drug feels, and people have an understanding based on their own experience of what it should look like, or what it should smell like, or what it should taste like. The reality is that we don't actually know, because until very recently we haven't had the ability to validate those impressions against what's actually there, which is another source of investment that we could make if I can extend my wish list to be a stronger surveillance network for street drugs. People think they know, and in many times they're right. We actually did another analysis that I may have written about, where we asked people what drugs they had used, and then we asked them to provide a urine sample, and we tested the drugs. And the idea was we were looking for unexpected drugs, right? Our hypothesis was, given this narrative about fentanyl is in everything and all of the contaminants in the market, that if we tested people's urine, we would be seeing fentanyl more often than they expected it to be there. And what we found was that they were pretty right on. They knew what they had taken, and if they expected fentanyl to be in there, even if they were methamphetamine mostly using meth, if they expected fentanyl to be in their urine, it would be there. And if it was there, they were not surprised by it. So people are pretty good, but we could do better if we had stronger surveillance.
Thanks. And Dr. Calkins, this is kind of on the same theme of at least something that interests me about the relationship between market demand and what users are demanding of controlled substances. So you had noted in your written testimony that given the guidelines, the distinction in the guidelines and the penalty structure between ice and meth actual on the one hand and mixture on the other hand, that should have created incentives to push the market towards selling less pure forms of meth. That hasn't happened. It's all pure, we're hearing now. I'm just wondering whether you think that there could be countervailing market forces that explain the absence of potentially a deterrent effect, right? The idea being that if users are demanding actual meth or ice because that's what's going to deliver them the high they want, that overcomes the potential incentives toward the less potent, less pure drug that would actually achieve a lower sentence. That makes sense as a question.
Yes. So I love the way you're thinking. You're saying, what the heck? Why aren't these business people responding to incentives more rationally? What are the countervailing arguments? And I can think of three. One is the customers want the high quality stuff, and if you're selling lower quality stuff and they're able to detect it, then you might get a bad reputation, and reputation matters in these markets. Another argument is when it is more pure, it's more compact, it's easier to hide, so you reduce your risk of getting arrested. And the third is the people who choose this as a profession worry about law enforcement, but they also worry about their business associates. They are violent towards each other. And when you are cutting material, you are creating opportunities for disputes. And those disputes cannot be taken to the Better Business Bureau. So they're sometimes resolved in violent ways. So when the drug is not adulterated or diluted within the domestic distribution chain, it makes things simpler in a way that reduces disputes. So there are some arguments on both sides, and I'll act like an economist here. I'll say the revealed preference of the market is that the incentives for selling highly pure apparently have trumped the incentive that comes from the sentence differential.
Thanks. I'm going to not cast on Dr. Wagner the desire for a better business bureau that resolves disputes among drug dealers, but I like that thinking as well.
VC Mate.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here today. I really appreciate your time and attention to this important issue. I actually had a related question to sort of the penalty structure and incentives, but a question for both of you, maybe first for Dr. Wagner and then for Dr. Culkins. Dr. Wagner, you kind of mentioned this, that 5 grams might be something that an individual using methamphetamine would possess. I was wondering whether in your research, have you seen people seek less pure forms because of the penalty structure that we have, or that, there might be this tripwire where someone who's using methamphetamine would be, if I have this more pure form, I'd be exposed to a higher potential penalty. Have you seen that affecting choices? Is it a deterrent, or I guess not really a deterrent at that point, but just is it affecting what people are seeking, our penalty structure?
Thank you for that question. In my experience, no. And in the weeks before I came here, I was talking to people and told them what I was coming to do, and I was asking them this very question, and they said, absolutely not. Like, what is available to me is what's available. And the threat of penalty and higher versus lower sentencing does not seem to factor into people's decisions, as far as I can tell.
Did they know? Sorry to cut in on Laura's question. Did they know about the distinction or no?
No, not until I told them. And I live in Nevada, right? And so people are, I think, more subjected to state laws, and so it's different. But no, they did not. I didn't talk to everybody, but of the people that I talked to.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then Dr. Culkins, I was thinking about, you had talked about how the current structure we've actually seen an increase in purity, which, Commissioner Meisler was mentioning. I'm wondering if we were to change that penalty structure and not distinguish based on purity, would you expect that to have any effect on what's happening with the markets and the structure of drug trafficking organizations? And if so, would where that is, would that matter and the effect it might have?
A short answer is no. I would guess that the most likely situation would continue to be what's going on at present, which is production of huge quantities in Mexico, then enable it to be distributed with very little dilution and at very low prices.
Yes.
Dr. Calkins, if not purity and weight, what markers do you suggest we take a look at to determine relative culpability in the drug markets?
I think what I'll say is I think what I heard in the first panel too, which is the same things that one uses for any of the other substances, which is us ducking your very good and very difficult question. It's hard to know how to assess culpability. You know better than anyone else the kinds of things that are built into the guidelines already. They do have to do with role and whether there are weapons present and so on. And in my view, those additional factors, we should be looking to find even more of them and to give them greater salience. Purity is essentially useless for methamphetamine. Quantity is itself only imperfect because you can have a very minor role person associated with a large quantity. So these other indicators, which are less quantitative, less objective, harder to establish, those are their downsides. I personally think we should be trying to do more with them. But look, it's a very good question. It's a very hard question. The point, though, is meth is not different than cocaine or opioids in this regard.
And may I follow up on that question? Dr. Calkins, I think you indicated that you've been around for a while, for a long time. And I'm just thinking about the crack cocaine disparity and how the commission and others viewed the distinction between crack and cocaine. And now, 25 years later, we said, ooh, we were going down the wrong path. I'm not suggesting that we've done the same thing with respect to meth, but what are your thoughts on how we've approached or how society has approached the issue with respect to meth and purity versus mixture of whatever, ice?
Oh, boy. Well, with all due respect, and I do think you guys are great, I think the commission is now on a wrong path with respect to meth. It's debatable to me whether or not the conditions 15 and 20 years ago justified the three different schedules. I think genuinely you can make arguments on either side, but those reasons have disappeared. So at present, it does strike me as a wrong path, and I'm delighted that this hearing is happening and this the wisdom of continuing the distinction in this era of a changed market. I'm glad that it's being discussed.
And Ms. Wagner, I do have one follow-up with respect to you. You mentioned the 7 grams, somebody being able to buy that and sort of at a reduced cost to sort of feed their addiction, if you will, over longer days or time. I'm just thinking about the people who you service. Those are typically users, I presume, and if they are indicted for 5 grams of meth, that might, in our system, trigger a mandatory minimum of so many years. I'm just, I'm trying to think about if any of those persons you've serviced have spent time in prison based on the minimal amount of drugs that they were actually caught possessing and or using.
So are you asking of the people that I work with, who are mostly end users, have any of them been charged with these mandatory minimum sentences?
Mandatory minimum or served mandatory periods of time in prison?
I do not know the answer to that. But I want to add one more thing. I live in Nevada. Nevada is a very big state, the 7th largest state in the country. We have 2 major population centers, one in Reno, one in Las Vegas. It takes 8 hours to drive between them. So if you drive from here 8 hours north, you're going to go through like 7 states and into Canada, right? That's how long it takes to get from Reno to Nevada, or from Reno to Las Vegas. So, and methamphetamine is more prevalent, at least now and historically, in the Western U.S. So people travel a really long way. And so not only might somebody have 5 grams because it's really not that much, but also if they're driving long distances in a very, very rural state, people can't afford to travel that far. They can't afford to make those trips daily. So people can pool money, people will pool their resources to make one purchase that could look like a lot of methamphetamine for somebody who can just walk down the block. But in places like Nevada and the rural West, the travel distances are just so far. And things are so sparsely populated that people deal with different conditions.
Commissioner Wong, go ahead.
Dr. Calkins, you made the case for how market conditions make kind of the stratification between mixture and ice actual no longer rational. And then your testimony kind of closed with, so in which direction should we go? And I'm wondering, should the gap be closed? And I wonder if there's an argument for not going with the binary of one or the other. But if so, what kind of considerations would you use to determine where within the middle it should go?
The overall question of how harshly we should punish drug traffickers is an intrinsically difficult question, in part because it's a values judgment. It's not something that science per se can just answer. So the perspective I was taking was to say, overall, there's not a lot of dissatisfaction being voiced right now with the cocaine sentencing. So let's think about methamphetamine and its harms relative to cocaine. So I was sort of accepting cocaine as those are okay. And if you buy that, then the closing would be in this direction. But absolutely, somebody else could say, no, I think the crime of drug trafficking is just worse. I believe that as a moral matter. And so I think that the cocaine powder sentences, for instance, are too low. And I'd like to take the meth sentences and do this, and then bring the cocaine sentences up to match. And I don't think as a scientist I could say that's wrong. That is ultimately sort of a values judgment. But if you think that the cocaine is about right, then that's why I was suggesting that the collapsing be done in the direction that I was suggesting. Maybe I didn't.
No, I do. I thought I'm wondering if there are other comparisons that would be helpful, though, because you use the baseline, really, of the 28 grams of crack. And that's an area where I think there's been a lot of flux in terms of, even recent charging policies and whether or not that would correlate with those. I think there is a lot of debate over sort of where penalties go there. And I'm just wondering if there are other comparisons.
Right. So the idea is, where's my chalkboard? I can't talk without a chalkboard. So here are the two meth and crack and powder. If we do this, then we're still treating meth tougher than crack, which is also tougher than powder.
You're assuming that 28 grams of crack is charged with the mandatory minimum of 5 years. And that's where I'm saying I think practically in the real world
Yeah, I was just looking at the schedule weight ratios. I don't know if I may. Chair Reeves, can I offer a perspective on the question you just asked Dr. Wagner about how changing conditions could lead 5 grams to possibly not merit the sentence that it did in the past?
Yes.
So one of the big differences in methamphetamine now versus 20 years ago is the price collapsed. Let's just use for round terms a 90% decline to make the math simple. To a first order approximation, a lot of the people who have their lives dominated by methamphetamine are essentially spending a large share of their disposable income on the drug. When the price collapses, the biggest effect is they might just be using a lot more pure milligrams per day or per week or per month. If price goes down 90% and they're consuming 10 times as many pure milligrams, and purity only doubled. Purity went from 50% to 100%. That means they're consuming 5 times as many grams of mixture, which means their supplier is moving 5 times as much, their supplier is moving 5 times as much. Everybody up and down the chain, even when they're only supporting the same number of chronic users whose lives are affected in this awful way, are all involved with 5 times as much weight as before. So the collapse in price and the response of everybody just using more grams per day, in effect, means everybody up and down that supply chain is being caught with 5 times as many grams as they were before the price collapse. So the deflation in prices sort of kicks in an automatic inflation in the length of the sentence for people who are making the same money, working the same number of hours, supplying the same number of users.
Yes, Dr.
May I?
Wagner, yes.
I May I add a yes and, because from my understanding of people's use patterns, it's not a linear relationship between a decline in price and an increase in use, right? If the price falls by half, I am not automatically going to increase my use by half, because as a person who uses methamphetamine, I am functioning in my daily life and I'm using it for particular purposes, and just more money in my pocket does not mean that I'm going to automatically spend all of that money on methamphetamine, right? So there's some sort of curvilinear relationship there where people might increase the quantity that they use a little bit based on decrease in prices, but people are also going to use that money to buy food and to pay for an apartment. They're going to use that money in other ways. So, yeah, yes, and.
Yes, V.C. Murray.
I had a question for Dr. Wagner about, so until I read these materials in preparation for this hearing, I had not realized that pills were often different in terms of purity level. Like I thought we had totally moved away from cocaine in Denmark, but actually we're in like a little bit of a cocaine in Denmark situation where obviously pills are the tail and not the dog, but it seems like they are pretty different in terms of purity. I wonder if you see any pills, I don't know if it's regional or whatever, do you see any differences in terms of users or anything you've noticed about pills?
Thank you for that. I actually don't really know. I don't know that we're seeing a lot of pills where I am, but I don't have a good answer.
Then I have one for
Yes.
Dr. Coggins, and then I'll be done. Sorry. So I was so interested in your harms per unit weight charts. I know that it has you've carefully caveated that it's based on 2016 data. Obviously, there have been some changes in the market since 2016. Can you extrapolate a little bit back of the napkin? Do you expect to see changes if we had 2024 data in these charts?
Yes. So you're absolutely right. It's not proportional. I was using that to make the point simply. The economic term would be an elasticity of demand. It's not literally -1, but when prices go down, people tend to use more. So the consumption per person year is probably higher now than it was in the past, which means that a given weight of methamphetamine will support fewer person years in 2024 than in 2016. So because meth prices dropped more than cocaine prices over that period, it makes the calculation conservative. So whereas in 2016 it was ballpark parity, probably now I would guess that a kilogram of methamphetamine supports fewer person years than a kilogram of cocaine does.
Would you expect more health harms? Because the assumption there is that each person is consuming more.
So yes, the dose can make the poison, but there is also tolerance both physiologically and behavioral adaptation, for instance, choosing to smoke instead of inject. So the harm is not linear in pure milligrams consumed, but it is entirely plausible that people who are dependent users in a market where prices are very low and they're able to consume more pure milligrams per day find it more difficult to escape from that and to go into recovery.
I'm wondering, too, if there are lots of chronic harms in terms of cardiovascular issues, in terms of mental health, schizophrenia types of issues, if you're going to get a rise in deaths, emergency room visits, et cetera, as people are using more.
So that's a question more for the medical doctors, and you've got some awesome people coming later. My guess is your intuition seems exactly right, but I'd encourage you to ask it again in the afternoon to the medical doctors.
Thank you so much. I welcome you to stay around because like you said, we're going to hear great testimony later in the day, and I appreciate everything that you all have done so far. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back after that. Thank you so much. Our third group of panelists will provide us with the perspectives from state and law enforcement agencies. First, we have Mark Delaney from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, where he serves as special agent in charge of the Tennessee Dangerous Drug Task Force. Second, we have Sergeant Timothy Williamson, who serves as an assistant commander of the Columbus Criminal Patrol Team of the Ohio State Patrol and as a uniformed task officer for the DEA. And third, we have Sergeant Kyle Williamson, who serves in the San Antonio Police Department and is currently assigned to the South Texas high-intensity drug trafficking areas. Mr. Delaney, thank you for coming. We're ready to hear from you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reeves and fellow commissioners. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to testify before you here today. My name is Mark Delaney, and I am the Special Agent in charge for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Tennessee Dangerous Drugs Task Force. On behalf of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Director David Roush, over 375 law enforcement agencies, and over 7.2 million residents of the volunteer state, I wish to update you on the status of methamphetamine distribution, production, and purity levels in our state. By way of introduction, I have been in law enforcement profession now for a total of 26 years. During this time, I've had the opportunity to be directly and indirectly involved in the investigation of Clan Lab drug laboratories, drug trafficking organizations, and criminal enterprises at the local, state, and federal levels. I currently oversee the Tennessee Dangerous Drugs Task Force, which started in 1999 to confront the methamphetamine epidemic plaguing counties in East Tennessee. The Methamphetamine Task Force, as known today, is known as the Tennessee Dangerous Drugs Task Force, or the TDDTF. It has grown to an organization that now encompasses all 95 counties in the state of Tennessee. All local law enforcement agencies are members of the task force, as well as the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and all three of the state's United States Attorney's offices. The mission of the Tennessee Dangerous Drugs Task Force, by way of the TBI, is to reduce the availability and illegal use of harmful scheduled drugs, including methamphetamine, marijuana, prescription drug diversion, heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, and others, by educating the public about the dangers of all scheduled drugs, by increasing public safety through supplying equipment, training, intelligence, and investigative tools to assist law enforcement and prosecutorial authorities in strategically identifying, targeting, and prosecuting drug offenders, by networking with law enforcement agencies, regulatory agencies, health providers, treatment providers, and local drug coalitions, and by protecting the public and the drug-endangered children of Tennessee from the harmful effects of manufacturing, distribution, and illegal use of scheduled drugs. The TBI, through the Tennessee Dangerous Drugs Task Force, provides training, equipment, hazardous material response vehicle, pill take-back collections, and adjudicated waste incineration for law enforcement. Our task force also employs the state's Handle with Care Coordinator and the Tennessee Alliance for Drug Endangered Children Coordinator, who are both tasked to promote school community partnerships aimed at ensuring that children who are exposed to trauma in their home, school, or community receive appropriate intervention to help them achieve academically at their highest levels despite whatever traumatic circumstances they may have endured. The goal of the Handle with Care program is to ensure that students succeed in school. The trends in Tennessee. Tennessee has often been referred to as the methamphetamine capital of Appalachia. This is obviously not a title that the law-abiding citizens of Tennessee are proud to claim, and numerous efforts, including education, prevention, and enforcement, are ongoing to attempt to minimize the effects of methamphetamine distribution in Tennessee. Recent trends continue to demonstrate a significant reduction in the detection of domestic clandestine methamphetamine laboratories in Tennessee. This reduction is believed to be due to state and federal laws that have limited the availability of precursor ingredients needed to produce methamphetamine. Additionally, the readily available supply of highly potent and pure methamphetamine imported from source countries through our borders and into the United States has contributed to the decrease of domestically produced methamphetamine. Drug cartels continue to develop new techniques and business models to ensure the successful importation of methamphetamine into the United States and ultimately into the hands of the methamphetamine consumers across the country, including the state of Tennessee. Purity levels. It is not uncommon for Tennessee law enforcement to discover purity levels of imported methamphetamine exceeding 90+%. It has been my historical experience that the purer the level of methamphetamine discovered directly correlates with the proximity of the source of supply in the supply chain. However, this trend continues to evolve and is ever-changing. It is now not uncommon to discover a lower-level drug trafficker distributing methamphetamine that is very pure. Plainly stated, source countries and drug cartels have such large quantities of methamphetamine on hand that there is no need to cut or add other types of substances to the methamphetamine before it is positioned into the distribution pipeline. Unfortunately, the same is now true for the purity methamphetamine distributed by lower-level drug traffickers. Based on conversations with prosecuting United States attorneys, Tennessee District Attorney Generals, TBI special agents, DEA special agents, and task force officers in Tennessee, they continue to seize methamphetamine with alarming levels of purity in the 90% purity level. It continues to be common practice and is now expected for cases prosecuted in Tennessee federal courts to see an alarmingly high level of purity of methamphetamine. The community impact. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Drug Investigation Division attempts to prioritize active drug investigations based off predicted impacts that can identify and be minimized through the utilization of traditional and non-traditional investigative techniques. Unlike fentanyl, which can cause sudden death to the consumer, methamphetamine typically continues for a longer duration, causing an extended period of harm to communities. For example, an extremely rural area of Tennessee can be saturated with highly pure methamphetamine, which will, over a period of time, devastate the community, the consumer, their family, and the community either directly or indirectly. Our agency attempts to target the distributors of methamphetamine into these smaller communities, as these are often the hardest hit areas and require more resources to effectively dismantle drug trafficking organizations. In conclusion, and for some considerations, drug trafficking organizations are very savvy and understand their trade and potential risk and penalties associated with their criminal enterprise. I submit that based on the trends and patterns referenced above, that law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges at the state and federal level need every available tool and resource available to detect, prosecute, and sentence those found to be distributing methamphetamine into our communities. While more individuals, not just those at the top of the business enterprise, are arrested and charged with the purer form of methamphetamine, I would submit that should not equate to lesser sentence because of the dangerousness and prevalence of the methamphetamine in our communities continues to increase. If drug trafficking organizations detect any level of leniency or potential lesser penalty, it is my belief that drug trafficking organizations will unequivocally change their distribution strategies and business models to receive any potential benefit of the adaptation of their business models. Thank you for the opportunity to relay this information from Tennessee, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney.
Thank you.
Special Agent Delaney.
Thank you.
Sergeant Williamson.
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Williamson with the Ohio State Highway Patrol. I spent many years working in drug interdiction and criminal investigations, not just here in Ohio, but across the country.
Move your microphone just a little bit closer to you, sir. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Okay. I don't know if it's working. All right. Today I want to share what we're seeing on the ground when it comes to methamphetamine trafficking, how it's changed, who's involved, and why consistent, smart sentencing matters more now than ever. Meth trafficking in Ohio has exploded. In 2024 alone, the Highway Patrol handled over 860 cases that dealt with methamphetamine. We seized more than 500 pounds of the drug, and with the stats on that, that's a 2,000% increase in cases and 3,000% increase in volume based on the numbers from 2010. Back in 2010, up until about 2016, meth was produced locally in Ohio. Small batches, we called them one pot or single pot labs. But since 2016, most of what we seize now comes from the transnational criminal organizations, the cartels, where it's produced in massive super labs run by transnational organizations. Essentially what happened was similar to the opioid crisis that exploded in Ohio as well and in the Midwest when we cracked down on the illicit or the prescription drugs, the opioid painkillers. When we made that much harder for people to get, then that opened an enterprise for the cartels to exploit that with heroin and fentanyl. Same thing essentially happened with methamphetamine when we took Sudafed and placed it behind the counter at your drugstores, pharmacies, things like that. That eliminated the ability for the single pot labs to be produced locally, whether it be in a car or in a house. And that with Sudafed not being readily available, the cartels came in, were able to supply massive amounts of meth at pure levels, very cheap. Most of the meth now that we seize in crystal form, we commonly call that ice. We also see it smuggled in liquid. A big thing now is pills, illicit pills. It's often hidden in hidden compartments in vehicles, fuel tanks. It's also being mailed from source countries directly to people's front doorsteps through consignment packages and the mail. Whether it's ice, a mixture, or a pill, essentially it's the same product. And for law enforcement, the distinction with that doesn't change how we operate. All the meth that we're seeing today is over 90% pure in Ohio. Meth trafficking just isn't about drugs, it's about safety. In 2024, the Highway Patrol had 57 cases that involved a firearm. That's a nearly 7% increase from just the 2% that we saw with meth cases that had firearms in 2010. These encounters often are for law enforcement or during traffic stops, and that puts our officers in real dangers, and it's happening more and more. Meth traffickers often have long criminal histories. We see both low-level couriers and high-level distributors. Because meth is so cheap and pure, more people from more communities are getting involved. Essentially what we're seeing is a meth addict can essentially be a meth trafficker or distributor due to the high purity and the low cost and the massive amounts that our communities are flooded with. Federal data has shown that traffickers are more likely to be white and female compared to those involved with other drugs, and many of those traffickers play very minor roles within these organizations. Here's the real issue. Ohio law focuses on total weight, not purity. It's a containment state, so essentially when we submit our drugs to our lab, we're merely testing for the presence, and that's prosecutable in the state of Ohio at the state level. Federal law focuses heavily on purity and imposes mandatory minimums at much lower weights. That means that essentially the same meth trafficker could face very different sentences depending on where they're prosecuted, even though the meth is all the same with that 90% or more purity. This is the kind of disparity that weakens public confidence in every part of our system. Meth isn't just a drug, it's a community problem. It's not just a drug problem, it's a community problem. We see the effects everywhere: mental illness, property crime, child neglect, and poverty. Meth addiction is long-lasting, it's harder to treat, and it's devastating to families and neighborhoods. In 2024, we seized nearly 300 pounds of meth on a single traffic stop in Ohio. This was the second largest seizure in state history. The climate today, the most recent OSP lab report data shows that the second quarter of 25 confirms methamphetamine remains the most commonly seized illicit drug in the state of Ohio. Despite a 12% decrease from the first quarter of 25, methamphetamine still led all other drugs with 194 cases. That outpaced cocaine at 20%, fentanyl at 11%, with all other illicit substances being seized in the single digits. Methamphetamine has not only sustained its position as the most dominant drug in Ohio's illicit market, but its widespread availability and high purity continue to challenge law enforcement's ability to keep pace. A larger trend remains clear. Methamphetamine is a primary threat to public safety and community well-being in our state. These findings reinforce the need for our continued investment in interdiction operations, forensic lab capacity, policy consistency, and addiction resources that are available. The meth problem is not going away. We need strong interdiction tools, lab testing, sentencing that reflects what's actually happening on the street. Law enforcement's goal is simple. We protect communities, reduce harm, and apply justice fairly. Thank you for your time this morning, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sergeant Williamson. Sergeant Williamson.
Good morning, Chairman Reeves and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the subject of methamphetamine. I'm a sergeant with the San Antonio Police Department and have been a member of law enforcement profession for the last 26 years. I currently serve as a co-commander of the South Texas HIDA Investigative Support Center in San Antonio, Texas. The HIDA program is a program funded through the Office of National Drug Control Policy within the Executive Office of the President, which provides funding assistance to federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies operating in areas determined to be critical drug trafficking regions of the United States. The South Texas HIDA is an alliance of 76 different law enforcement agencies working in close partnerships to promote and facilitate counter-drug investigations, information sharing, operational coordination, and officer safety. It currently encompasses 15 designated counties along the U.S.-Mexico border and includes the cities of San Antonio and Bexar County and Austin and Travis County. The agencies involved recognize that our goal of disrupting the market for illegal drugs by dismantling or disrupting drug trafficking and our money laundering organizations is the best approach we can take to reduce the availability of drugs to our communities. Methamphetamine is a substantial threat to the nation. Meth seized within the South Texas HIDA Area of Responsibility, or AOR, is produced in Mexico, where production amounts are rising as evidenced by recent seizures of historically large amounts of the drug. Production of the drug does not rely on climate or environment, making it a profitable choice for cartels, transnational criminal organizations, and drug trafficking organizations. Mexico remains as the top foreign supplier of methamphetamine to the United States, where the South Texas HIDA AOR is an integral entry point of the drug. Mexican cartels and their proxies continue to market their methamphetamine supplies to consumers in the U.S. The battles among cartels for control of various border plazas remain violent, placing citizens on both sides of the border in harm's way. Drug traffickers prey on young adults on the border to transport their illicit drugs to areas in the interior of the country. Methamphetamine is imported in the United States in several forms: powder, crystal or ice form, dissolved in solution, and tablets or pills. Methamphetamine is smuggled into and throughout the United States via the use of commercial and private vehicles, passenger buses, river crossings, pedestrians, and parcel delivery systems. In 2004, law enforcement agencies reported seizing 23,703 methamphetamine production labs, or CLAN labs, in the U.S. The Combat Methamphetamine Epidemic Act of 2005 significantly disrupted the production of methamphetamine in the United States. Today, meth production laboratories are rarely encountered and have shifted to the methamphetamine conversion labs necessary to recrystallize the methamphetamine in solution to crystal meth. In 2024, South Texas HIDA Initiative seized 15,128 kilograms of ice methamphetamine, 168 kilograms of methamphetamine in solution, 2,761 kilograms of powder methamphetamine, 33,485 tablets of methamphetamine, for a total of 18,057 kilograms seized. These weights are an increase of 127%, over 127% from weight seized in 2023. The drug price per kilogram is dictated by the physical location of the drug, its distance from the point of importation to distribution, and its availability. 2024 per kilogram prices in the South Texas HIDA AOR as low as $2,000 compared to $15,000 per kilogram in 2021, which is an 87% decrease in cost. This reduction in price has increased the number of drug trafficking organizations that have become involved in the importation and distribution of methamphetamine across the United States. Meth is a highly addictive drug with potential central nervous system stimulant properties. In 2024, the South Texas HIDA AOR experienced a slight decrease of 1.69% in adults that were admitted for treatment of methamphetamine use disorder from 2023 totals. Children, on the other hand, under 18 years of age seeking treatment for methamphetamine use disorder increased over 66% in 2024. Seizure amounts coupled with treatment statistics demonstrates methamphetamine's availability and affordability to users. The DEA 2023 Office of Forensic Science Annual Methamphetamine Report states the average purity of domestically seized samples was 94.9% nationwide, with seizures made in Texas having a maximum purity of 99%. In years past, it was thought that possession of high purity methamphetamine produced product indicated a prominent role in criminal enterprise. Purity of the drug no longer defines the ranking status of a distributor. Purity level now is driven by consumer demand. The pervasive availability of methamphetamine and its higher purity concentration only exacerbates the addictive value of the drug. Like PCP, methamphetamine can cause aggressive and hostile behavior and is associated with property and violent crimes. Aggression is often directed at family members and those individuals in close contact with methamphetamine addicts. The physical and mental need to feed the addiction causes methamphetamine users to commit burglaries, robberies, and thefts to obtain anything of value to purchase more of the drug. Methamphetamine is classified as a psychostimulant with abuse potential. This category also includes a myriad of prescription medications as well as MDMA, amphetamine, and cathinones. Deaths from psychostimulants have been increasing on a yearly basis since 2011 and sharply increasing since 2019. In 2023, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported 36,251 psychostimulant drug overdose deaths in the United States, and a 6% increase from the previous year. Through October 2024, provisional CDC data recorded 30,023 overdose deaths from psychostimulants. Based on recent multi-hundred kilogram weight seizures, we believe methamphetamine importation weights will increase and will maintain a high purity rate. The abundant availability of methamphetamine will also drive an increase in violent criminal activity, particularly in those areas of the country that have a large user population. In an effort to stem the tide of addiction and overdose of methamphetamine, our law enforcement partners agree that actions must have consequences. We applaud courts and prosecuting attorneys that recommend and impose strict sentences on drug trafficking violators to deter their involvement in the distribution of drugs to our citizens. Violent actions coupled with addictive levels of high-grade drugs should always be a consideration for punishment rendering. Any change in our laws that minimize the consequences of actions by these monsters gives the impression that our society is willing to tolerate the abuse of our public by individuals that care not about who they hurt as long as there's monetary gain for them. I thank you for the opportunity to testify about the evils of methamphetamine and its devastating effects on our community. I'm happy to answer any further questions you may have.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Any questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Wong.
Thank you so much for all being here. I wanted to pick up on something that Special Agent Delaney said, but I think open to all of you all. Special Agent Delaney, you mentioned how smaller communities are often the hardest hit. And I wonder, sometimes there's a tendency to associate kind of the larger and more sophisticated drug trafficking organizations with the greatest harm. And I'm wondering if what you see on the ground is actually sometimes outsized harms from less sophisticated organizations in these small communities, and just what you're seeing.
Think about the supply chain in terms of where's the ultimate source at and how many links are in that chain to reach the smaller communities, right? So what's a huge organization inside of a small community may in the whole term or the whole scope of the supply chain may be the bottom of the supply chain, but it's still significantly impacting that smaller community.
And just to follow up on that, in terms of efforts to work your way up the supply chain, how often are you seeing that happening in investigations, maybe in partnership with federal authorities, and what are some of the challenges to tracing back supply?
We have a great relationship with our federal partners. We have task force officers assigned to virtually every federal agency in the country. So we routinely use our task force officers to take up some of those larger investigations if they haven't initiated it themselves. We do oftentimes rely on our federal partners, whether that be our task force officers or our special agents that are assigned in those areas. So to answer your question directly, we do rely upon federal law enforcement heavily.
V.C. Restrepo.
Gentlemen, thanks for being here. Sergeant Kyle Williamson, I believe in your written submission you wrote the purity of a drug no longer defines the ranking status of the distributor, given that we're moving towards more and more purity. So what should we be looking at in terms of differentiating folks in the distribution chain as to who is more or less culpable, other than purity?
That's obviously a difficult question. We've been trying to hit all day, I think. But
yeah, it's my thing.
In some ways, you have to look the amount. I mean, in my experience, just because somebody may not look like the cartel type or something doesn't mean they're not moving that weight for the cartel. And if you understand what I'm saying. So very rarely you're going to see some street level user with 10 pounds of ice on them. You know what I mean? So at a certain point, weight has to come into play. I think that's a big thing. I just leave it at that. I mean, it's a difficult question, but the totality of the circumstances, when you have the information that this one guy's dealing to 10 guys, and they got 10 guys under them, and that kind of thing. When you have that kind of intelligence, that obviously has to play a part.
Sure.
Minus all that, if you take all that away and you don't have that, at a certain weight, you have to weigh that more heavily, I think. That's my opinion.
Thanks. Same questions for Sergeant Timothy Williamson and Special Agent Delaney, if you have any insights for us.
Yeah, I piggyback off of what Sergeant said here. I mean, it's tough because nowadays with meth, kind of what we're seeing in Ohio is, you can get a package in the mail to somebody that's nearly an end user, and that supply could be a couple pounds, whether it be illicit pill form or in crystal ice form, and that can, sustain their addiction as well as it allows them the opportunity to benefit from that and continue that addiction by trafficking the rest of what they have from that supply to somebody else.
I would say almost identically the same thing. You got to look at the totality of the circumstances to determine each member of the conspiracy or each member of the organization's role, whether that be previously mentioned, the enforcer, the distributor, the courier, the manufacturer. All of those are certainly significant roles inside of the organizations that have to be considered. How do you develop that matrix that quantifies that describes that? Is the elephant in the room, right? That 3 panels have sat through and tried to give you a definitive answer about, and it's just not there yet. I certainly welcome more conversations and input. There's a lot of smart people that need to get together to determine that.
Thank you. Thanks to all three of you.
V.C. Murray.
Thanks to all three of you for your testimony. I have a question about overdoses. The numbers on overdoses are obviously very alarming, the increases, the total numbers. I wondered if you could put a little flesh on those bones, especially in light of testimony we heard previously about Nevada users who were sort of reporting that there weren't kind of sudden meth deaths. What kind of overdoses are you seeing in person? Are you seeing... Are these chronic illnesses? Is it that there's a combination of meth and other drugs? Are you seeing something different than what the folks are seeing in Nevada? Thanks.
I'll start by saying, are we seeing meth overdose deaths? Yeah, it's hard to put a number on that because one, what we're seeing a lot lately is overdose deaths with multiple drugs in their system. So which one killed them? And to say, and again, you have to know this person died by an overdose, and they're testing for that. There's a lot of missed statistics there, so it's hard to put a number on that. But if somebody dies of a heart attack because they used too much meth, they didn't. To me, that day they didn't die of a heart attack. They died of meth. I mean, that's like me saying, if I stab you in a femoral artery, you died of bleeding out, not being stabbed. So one is causing the other, and yes, we're seeing it. It's just hard to put a number on that, just for various reasons.
It's the same in Ohio. We are seeing overdoses from it. But again, we can't say exactly it's meth that's causing the overdose. There's so many poly drugs out there, or cuts. The illicit pills that come in can be 90% pure of meth, but also have fentanyl or carfentanil or something else that's cut in with it as well. So as far as the actual numbers on the meth-only overdoses, I don't know that you would have an accurate depiction of that.
I hate to use the simplistic analogy of an athletic event, but in the terms of meth versus fentanyl, you're essentially, if you're looking at consuming fentanyl, it would be a sprint to death. If you're looking at consuming methamphetamine, it would be a marathon to death, right? The end game, if you will, without intervention, without treatment, without someone getting off of the illicit substance, is death, right? So you're looking at, do you want it to be a sprint or a marathon, right? In terms of simplicity, that's kind of the way we break it down. And I will add, in Tennessee, we are a by weight state. We run the gamut from a half a gram to 300 grams. So that's your lowest level to your highest level felony, is a half a gram to 300 grams of methamphetamine. Thank you.
VC Mate.
Thank you. I want to echo everyone's thanks to you all for being here and for sharing your thoughts with us. We appreciate it. I had a question for Sergeant Timothy Williamson. Mr. Delaney, Special Agent Delaney didn't get the memo on the required last name for this panel. But you mentioned Ohio sentencing and how different it is from what's going on federally. And I was curious, if you have an individual with 5 grams of meth and they're convicted in Ohio, what happens to them at the sentencing stage?
So it would trigger a mandatory. Okay. We call it an MDO. It's a mandatory offense that there's mandatory prison time associated with that. It's essentially the same as what the federal system can trigger as well. But we are not doing that based on purity. We're a containment state only. So whatever substance you may have, if the lab result comes back as methamphetamine in any form or purity, it's the 5 grams is all 5 grams of contained meth.
And that's helpful, thank you. And then, but just to follow up on that a little bit, does the weight matter? And are there other factors that would be considered at sentencing other than it is methamphetamine? Are there other factors?
It would be weight, yes.
And,
so it starts with any possession of meth in Ohio at any amount is a felony. It triggers the lowest level felony. And then there are standards up to grams of what would be F1, a first-degree felony or second-degree, which would be our highest, that then trigger that mandatory sentencing.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. And are there other sort of maybe enhancements that go with anything, like gun possession? Would that affect sentencing, or other kind of maybe other factors that might identify higher level operators?
It would be up to the prosecutor on that at the state level for the trafficking enhancement, and if there is the trafficking enhancement or spec on that charge, then yes, that would possibly be a separate charge that would allow more time.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go. No. Go ahead, Commissioner. No. Go ahead, Commissioner Wong.
Just lost my thought. Go ahead, you go first.
All right, apologize. Sergeant Williamson, and then I have a question for, I think, Agent Delaney. With respect to Ohio's testing of drugs. I think you mentioned that they do a lot of testing, or you have different lab tests that you do. How long is it taking the state of Ohio to do the drug testing for any particular drug? I mean, is there a delay?
The climate today is a lot better. You go back to a year ago or 2 years ago, we had our limitations. There were times where we would submit a case, and we may not get the lab results. We may not receive those results for anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And that's in the time of where those cases are being tried in court, and you may not have those lab results. Now, we do have the option to expedite those in certain cases, but there is a delay. It is straining on our lab, and it's like anything else, personnel, equipment, facilities. We actually did, the Ohio Highway Patrol did just renovate space for storage capacity and testing capacity, but we are in the process of building a new lab due to the demand of the amount of testing that we require.
Do you know what it's costing the state of Ohio to?
I can't.
All right. Okay, thank you. And Special Agent Delaney, you were talking about the matrix, I think, at one time, of, how this might look with the end user being a piece, the mid-level person, the supplier, and all these others. Suppose it's, 300 grams of stuff that's going through or to the particular community that Commissioner Wong referenced. And obviously, everybody plays a role in making it happen. The end user who may get it, some amount of drugs at his or her home, who uses just to sort of feed the addiction that the person has, but also making money by selling it to others, and then, all those persons in between. And then I guess I'll ask the three of you this. Do you think each individual, they do play a role in it? Should each individual be treated the same as far as penalties go?
So in the state system in Tennessee, if we charge a conspiracy to distribute 300 grams of methamphetamine, that actually, possession of 300 grams is a Class A felony. The conspiracy side of it, as opposed to the way it is in the federal system, is an upcharge. In the state side of Tennessee, it becomes a Class B felony. So the conspiracy to distribute 300 grams becomes one charge less than the ultimate charge of the Class A felony, which is obviously the opposite of the way it is in the federal system. The federal system, the conspiracy is the trump charge. That's where the time comes from. Did that answer your question?
Well, I guess, but in trying to fashion a penalty with separate and apart from the conspiracy, to sort of fashion what sort of penalty individuals might face, should they be treated the same?
I think they have to. Ultimately, they're all an integral part of that chain, that source of supply down the chain. So, I mean, to say that somebody, it takes 200 of the 300 grams, are they less culpable than the person that had 300 grams? By weight, yes, obviously. By role, no. By role, they are the ultimate, the link in that chain that continues that supply. If that person that took the 200 grams didn't distribute that 200 grams of methamphetamine, obviously that would be the end game, right? The chain would be broken, the supply chain, the consumers would not have what they're looking for. So I think they ultimately have to be held responsible in that chain. Yes, sir.
Okay. And general views of the others with respect to that point, the end user sort of person being treated exactly like the main distributor who dumps 300 grams there to be distributed by all others.
Yeah, I think the end user, obviously, we have to provide some resources, and, that's obviously straining on all of the communities and, the states and even all the way up to the federal level. But, I think the focus here needs to be on the ones that are providing the poison to the communities. I think they all, anywhere in that line of event or chain of events, all the way up to the mass super labs, all the way down to the one that's providing the poison to the communities, they should all be handled harshly.
Thank you. Sergeant Kyle Williamson.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines as these gentlemen. Everybody has to be held accountable. If you have a gram of ice, you're the end user. Should you be treated like the head guy? Not so much. Obviously, has to be different levels for different weights, and different enhancements, for different things. Something we come across all the time is that kids are in the middle of this stuff. And yet there's enhancements for guns. There needs to be enhancements for kids, that are harmed due to this. The criminal histories, obviously. Let's be honest. Every time these guys get arrested, they get smarter, not dumber. You know what I mean? So they learn the system. They learn how to skirt around it. They learn the loopholes and things like that. So I think that has to be looked at too and thrown in the matrix.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Wong.
So Sergeant Timothy Williamson, you had mentioned how in Ohio the state penalty structure is such that it doesn't look at purity, but it looks at quantity. And I'm curious, Sergeant Kyle Williamson and Special Agent Delaney, if in Texas and Tennessee, if it's a similar kind of regime, or if purity is part of the state penalties for.
So in Texas, so they have straight possession, and then they have possession with intent to deliver. So there's a lot. Mainly it's along the same lines. Now purity is not. Our lab in Bexar County won't even test for purity. They won't even do it. Mm-hmm. But no, that's not in the state law. Purity is not in the state law. It's just straight possession.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the same answer for the state of Tennessee. It's based off of weight. We'll add that our lab is in a unique position that we actually house a subsection of the DEA lab at our regional lab or headquarters lab in Nashville. So we kind of do a little bit of both. There's our employees from the DEA that work literally across the hall from our drug identification section that handles the state lab side.
And given that, is there a difference in all three of your jurisdictions when it comes to testing practices, when it comes to, cases that get referred to federal prosecutors versus state prosecutors? Meaning, do you get labs back quicker for the state charges because it's less essential, or can they rely on field tests just indicating that the mixture contained methamphetamine, or I'm just curious if testing practices differ.
With my experience, field tests really it's the same thing as what our lab will do. It's containment only. A field test, in our experiences, we wouldn't be able to tell you what a purity level of the meth would be until we do get that final lab result. But for us, it's a case-by-case basis. We can receive labs a lot quicker in Ohio sometimes on certain cases at the state level, where with DEA, if we send those, to get the lab results from DEA from the Columbus office, we have to ship those narcotics to Chicago to have them tested. And it can be done quickly, but again, it's depends on your definition of quick. So
I see. So even if there are local arrests that are referred to federal prosecutors, they would always go through the DEA labs?
Yeah, so in Texas, where we're at, it's basically the same thing. If our labs wouldn't do purity levels, so we'd have to rely on our federal partners to send it to a different lab.
V.C. Murray.
I wondered if you could talk a little about the relative community harms of meth versus other drugs. I thought it was very interesting that there's a difference between the rapid death of fentanyl and the slow death of meth. You can imagine that having, one rips a thread out of the fabric of the community, the other one kind of rots relationships. And I wonder if you could talk about other ways in which meth is unique or different than, I don't know if the psychosis aspect plays in or relative violence, just if you had thoughts or things you've seen on that front. Thanks.
I'll be glad to answer that. Obviously, with the extended use that a consumer experiences with methamphetamine, that allows them an extended period of time to commit additional crimes to support their habits, right? So that's where you're looking at the people inside their house that's going to be the victim of their cash getting stolen out of their wallets or out of their savings accounts at the banks. And then after they've depleted those resources, they extend on out into the community, extended family members, right? And then the next thing they're going to be after complete strangers. So with that extended pattern of abuse gives them the opportunity to commit that extended period of crime, starting out, like I said, petty theft and going all the way up until to bank robbery. You know, you'll see all kinds of it. So does that answer your question? Does that get you in the general direction? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll just be very frank, man. I've dealt with a lot of people doing a lot of different drugs, and these are by far the people who have been using meth for a while are by far the most messed up in the head, for lack of a better way to put it. They're just seems to have a worse effect than any other drug, in my opinion, from what I've observed. Whether there's any coming back from that once they get off the drug, if they get off the drug, you know, I couldn't tell you, but to me, it just almost seems like they're just completely brain dead at some point. I don't know if that helps, but it's been my experience with the drug. It's just, it's a bad one.
Yep, VC Restrepo.
So I'm curious if from the 3 different states here, are you familiar, even just anecdotally, with any effective treatment protocols that are available to the end users in your particular states?
I would say there's options out there as far as community resources, support personnel, and that type of thing. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that consumer has that choice to decide they want to quit, and they get that support. They get that support through the community resources, through our Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse. There's the support system out there, but to say there's one tried true method, absolutely not. No, sir.
Sergeant Kyle Williams, I want to follow up on what you said. You indicated that basically with the meth, you basically have seen nothing like it. I think I may have sort of stretched your words a little bit. That is really something that you've seen and don't see. I'm just wondering, I assume your law enforcement career goes back to the crack cocaine epidemic, and people were saying about how horrendous crack was and what it was doing, crack babies, crack blowing your head up, just a whole bunch of stuff with respect to the how it affected individuals, how it made individuals go out and be extraordinarily violent, the violence associated. If you were around then, how do you compare the two?
I think this is actually a lot bigger. I think it's reaching more people, more communities. It seems to be affecting everybody, regardless of age or demographic or your how much money you have. It seems to be reached a lot farther. And in that respect, it's a lot worse.
Thank you. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your testimony. We invite you to please stay around for the rest of the hearing after we take our lunch break. We'll return in about an hour after our lunch break. Thank you so much. You may turn off your live stream. An addiction neuropharmacologist who also serves as an adjunct professor in the Department of Pharmacology in the University of Texas Medical Branch. Second, we have Dr. John Mendelson, an internist who serves as Chief Medical Officer of RIA Health and Clinical Professor of Medicine at UC San Francisco. Dr. De La Garza, sir, we're ready when you are.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, and thank you to the Commission for the opportunity to speak to you today. Among my other titles, I am the past president of the College on the Problems of Drug Dependence, also known as CPDD. It's the largest and oldest scientific society dedicated to addiction research in the country. So I've been doing addiction research for about 25 years. I have focused on cocaine, methamphetamine, more recently opioids. We do medications testing. We try to find new treatments that might be helpful for individuals who are addicted to methamphetamine. What we do is bring people in from the streets who are methamphetamine dependent or meet criteria for methamphetamine use disorder, and we evaluate them on several different levels. One of them, obviously, is asking them some questions about their current use of methamphetamine, how often they're using it on a daily basis, how many years they've been using it. And we have learned, like many like speakers before me, Dr. Wagner in particular, that our methamphetamine users aren't using methamphetamine in a vacuum. They are using other drugs of abuse. But more interesting to me is that 90% of our methamphetamine users are cigarette smokers. About 85% of the methamphetamine users use marijuana, and about 50% of them use alcohol, not to mention some of the other substances that they try over time. I'm interested in this conversation about meth use because we do ask questions about how much methamphetamine they're using. The one figure that I honed in on for the 2024 report that was put out by this commission was figure 23 on page 39. The street-level dealers have, on average, about 118 grams of methamphetamine on them when they're caught. Our individual users are not dealers. They are the end user. On average, they self-report about using about 1 gram per day. So it's a small amount of methamphetamine. They use that several times a day. And I think that's really interesting and important to know, that they're not using it all in one shot, and they're not necessarily having access to a large amount of methamphetamine. We've published papers showing that the number of individuals who have access to unrestricted methamphetamine is very, very, very small. So the conversation today is about purity and whether or not the purity of the methamphetamine matters. For our patients, the people who are enrolled in our protocols, we find that they are using from a unique source. They tend to go back to their dealer every single time. Dr. Wagner touched on this topic earlier, and I would like to echo the sentiment that they want to get their methamphetamine from a source that they can trust. And they're not going around and shopping for methamphetamine through different dealers that are available out on the street. It's probably not a surprise to you individuals, but our patients have been in the judicial system in one way or another and have been incarcerated for various periods of time. None of them want to go back. None of them want to be arrested again. So they're going to do everything they can to stay safe but unfortunately they have to support their habit. One of the ways that we interview our patients and we talk to them about their methamphetamine use is to actually expose them to methamphetamine in the laboratory. The reason why we do that is that we want to know whether or not the medication that we're testing versus placebo is safe in that population. Really important to know if you ultimately want to approve a medication for methamphetamine use disorder. So we can give them IV methamphetamine, or in other experiments we've given them smoked methamphetamine, and we look at cardiovascular effects and then subjective effects. And exactly what you would expect, they get high, they feel good, and they will tell you how much they would pay for the infusion they just received. So we know that methamphetamine that we were giving in the laboratory, even though it's a small quantity of methamphetamine, is actually reinforcing they like it. And so they're willing to take that. We go further by having them self-administer methamphetamine. Opportunities to self-infuse and or smoke methamphetamine from a pipe several different times, separated by about 15 minutes for each of those infusions. It's a safe environment. There's medical doctors around, there are nurses around, there are all sorts of clinicians who are there to make sure that they're safe. What's interesting to me, and I think should be interesting to you, is that despite that, and depends on the experiment that we've done, and we've published all of this work, if there are 10 infusions that are available of methamphetamine versus saline, when saline is in the syringe, they don't self-administer. They'll take 1 or 2 because they're trying to figure out if is this the good stuff. They call it their nope. Or the good stuff, the dope. When the methamphetamine is in the syringe, they'll take some methamphetamine, but they do not take all of the methamphetamine. And I think that's profoundly interesting. They have an opportunity to take all of it, and nobody's going to stop them, but they don't. The alternative is money. So they have an opportunity to have a small amount of money or to take the methamphetamine infusion. What they tend to do is try to get the high that they're seeking, and then that's good enough. So the purity argument, I think, is interesting, but it doesn't really apply to the end-level user. All they want to do is to get that high, and so if it's adulterated in some way or another, they're not saying, well, this isn't good enough. They'll just titrate a little bit above or below if it's super pure. But do they know? Absolutely not. And there's no way for them to test that, themselves. But we have tried to gain a perspective on some of these issues for them. I have, quite a bit of experience in this area. Again, we've been doing this work for about 20, 25 years. And our participants, just so that you have a perspective, tend to be Caucasian or white. They tend to be male. They tend to be about 35 to 40 years of age, which maps well with the table 4 on page 24 of the report of the individuals who are caught trafficking methamphetamine. I think that the individuals that we see in our laboratory that come in for these studies are reflective of a lot of the end users of methamphetamine. So I think it's useful to know a little bit about how they come about to our laboratory and participate in our studies. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have related to the report that I provided or some of the remarks that I've given to you here.
Thank you so much. Dr. Mendelson.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dr. John Mendelson. I'm an internist trained at UCSF, did quite a bit of NIDA-funded research in methamphetamine and opiate pharmacology. My background would be human clinical pharmacology. I now run a company that's dedicated to treating alcohol use disorder, and we're scaled in all 50 states. The research that's relevant, that I've done a lot of work, and so is the other gentleman you're going to hear from today, the research that's most relevant to what you're discussing are differences between the D and L methamphetamine isomers in people. We've conducted studies looking at how human beings respond to if you give them pure D methamphetamine, you give them pure L methamphetamine, or you give them mixtures of D and L methamphetamine. How do they perceive those doses? And you're asking about mixtures and dilutions. This is the most relevant research you're going to hear in people today on that topic. In general, if you give a person a dose containing D methamphetamine, they think it's D methamphetamine. And if you give them a dose that contains only L-methamphetamine, they don't think it's very good methamphetamine. You give them a 50-50 mixture, it's still D-methamphetamine. And they will pay the same amount for a 50-50 mixture as for a 100% mixture at comparable doses. So dilution of methamphetamine by the potency, the D isomer, the L isomer, does not greatly affect the monetary value of a dose. However, toxicity may be affected in ways we don't yet understand. The issue of the purity of methamphetamine and whether it's D or L is really relevant, though, to the future. At the present, we conducted our research because of a change in precursors that was going on, going from the phenylpropanone to ephedrine, and to try to predict future toxicity events. This morning in testimony, you heard that the cost of methamphetamine has dropped tremendously. And therefore, and I now speak business, I've now gotten a degree in how to speak business and the cost of goods, since I run a company, not just a scientist. You can bet your bottom dollar that synthetic manufacturers, licit and illicit, always look to lower the cost of goods and increase their profit margins. And if the price of your product has dropped 90%, you're going to be looking for cost-cutting measures. And if it takes extra synthetic steps to make pure D-methamphetamine, you can bet that labs will begin to switch to precursors that cost less money and yield racemics and other potentially undesirable items. So I do think it will still be relevant. I will disagree with the DEA earlier saying that isomer testing is not useful. I think it will be very useful in the future because you're going to see more methamphetamine on the street. That's a 50-50 mixture of D and L methamphetamine. Just because the starting materials are cheaper, synthesis is easier. And if you have a cost-effective product, that's going to be something people are going to do. I think also you're going to see different types of toxicity. And where you'll see less that the mixtures of D and L are less desired is when the D-methamphetamine purity drops below 25%. Then you're going to see a decrease in the value to the consumer of that dose. Finally, I'm going to get, this is not part of my formal testimony, and I'm going to stray a little here. And I thought about putting it in, but it was not in the remit. But you've heard that 50% of all people who use methamphetamine also use alcohol co-administered. We published papers on that many, many years ago, showing that the intoxication, the combination of methamphetamine plus alcohol was greater than methamphetamine alone or alcohol alone. The duration of action was longer, and people desired it more. And we haven't heard anything in the criminal side about the combination of alcohol plus methamphetamine. Alcohol disinhibits people, produces more domestic violence, produces more car crashes, produces more harm. So my bet, and the commission might want to commission in your studies, like how many people were drinking at the time they were arrested for their methamphetamine crime, right? How many people were intoxicated in alcohol while also intoxicated in methamphetamine at the time they were arrested? This might be very useful information. Might be a way to separate those who are dealers, who are unlikely to be drinking, or maybe presumably less likely to be drinking at the time of sale, from users who are presumably more likely to be consuming alcohol concomitantly with methamphetamine. And so I'll leave you with an interesting, provocative area. I hope it's not too much of a spanner in the works.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for your opening statement, opening remarks. Any questions from my colleagues? Yes, V.C. Murray.
Thanks to both of you. So why wouldn't racemic meth already be the dominant form if it's cheaper to produce and gives you the same? If they're titrating, wouldn't they be able to titrate the racemic?
Well, obviously they have an access to a starting material that they can still produce a penny a dose product, But if access to that starting material, wherever those laboratories are that are synthesizing methamphetamine, if there's more control of precursors in their locality, they'll switch to a precursor that like the old days, yields racemic methamphetamine. And you saw in one of the graphs in there, it was really interesting. In one of the graphs, there was a drop in potency for a couple of years there. I saw it, down to like 60% for a while. So these precursor changes are still active and going on. I don't manufacture drugs, and I don't know anything about people who manufacture drugs. I just know what the pharmacology is, and it would suggest that racemic methamphetamine will be very abusable, so long as there's a good enough dose of D. You need a lot of D. L-methamphetamine is not abusable. You can walk down the street and buy we can all walk down the street and buy L-methamphetamine at Walgreens. The Vicks nasal inhalers sitting right there.
Am I right? Sorry, I might be confusing potency and purity, which I know is the cardinal sin. But if you had a racemic specimen and it was tested for purity, and it was a 50-50, it would come back as 100 meth?
Yes, it always comes. That's something that was not emphasized. So they're atomic structures, the same number of atoms, same number of constituents, just the handedness is different, right? So 100% pure methamphetamine could be 100% L-methamphetamine, 100% L-methamphetamine, which is what you can buy down the drugstore.
Vicks would come back as,
but would come back as pure, right? So the chirality, the whether it's left-handed or right-handed, D or L, ultimately does matter, but in this issue of mixtures, once you're at 50-50, it's the same as all D, okay? At least for value, and I've included the graph and some graphs from our studies to support that point.
Doctors, the same question I had for Dr. Wagner. So aside from working on the guidelines, the commission does a lot of outreach, a lot of educational programming to judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and really probation officers. What should the message be, and what can we do?
Alcohol. I'm going to be blunt about this. Alcohol. It should be ethanol. You have 50% of the people co-administering methamphetamine plus ethanol. It does produce a bigger intoxication, lasts longer, okay? That's data from 1993, I think I published that a really long time ago. So it's like, that, and again, it doesn't get any discussion anyplace. So you really want to move the needle, talk about alcohol.
Doctor.
I agree, obviously, with the comment about other drugs of abuse, but I also think, I'll echo the remarks by Dr. Wagner earlier, that we have to continue to think of these as people and not just these entities that are using methamphetamine. They are incredibly human, the ones that we have seen. We don't see them for brief periods of time. We see them for weeks at a time. And you learn a lot about them and the struggles that they've been through. What I think you can include in terms of education and better preparing individuals who are going to be in this field is understanding some of the other factors that are contributing to their journey towards addiction. And that includes, some of the impacts of homelessness and, adverse childhood experiences and all of the other things that are exacerbating their drug addiction profile. So I think those are the things that I would encourage you to include in the educational materials.
Thank you. I think the final point I might make on this is that amphetamine epidemics have occurred around the world for the last 75 to 100 years. They always occur in a background of people needing to work really hard to earn a living. In Japan, the very first methamphetamine epidemic occurred after World War II, when there were very few well-paid jobs. People needed 2 or 3 jobs. This current epidemic is coming at a time when working Americans, like high school educated Americans, have less opportunity, are paid less, and are struggling tremendously. In rural communities, even more so. To work hard, you need to stay awake. To stay awake, you need a stimulant. I should maybe not. I should be cautious here. Sometimes I have a cup of coffee next to me, but this is a disease. This is a problem of people who want to work, not people who don't want to work. It's a problem of people who want to work. They want to stay awake. They want to focus. They need to do jobs that require vigilance, attention, and being awake. Okay. So I think that's another part. You can go to the education side here on it. If you need to do something other, we need to address people's lives so they don't need to have 2 or 3 jobs in order to make their ends meet.
VC Mate.
Thank you both for being with us today. I saw you here earlier, so I appreciate your time with us today and your written comments.
It's a real pleasure. This is quite cool,
Oh, we haven't been described as cool before. That's great.
First time.
Love you.
Exactly. Stay all day, please. Yeah. That's right. I just wanted to follow up and make sure I understand your point about alcohol in connection with this. We hear concerns about sort of the conduct of individuals when they're using methamphetamine, and as your encouragement to us that we examine whether, when we're looking at that, to at least raise the question of whether it's like a function of the methamphetamine or whether there are.
I think it's the interaction between methamphetamine and alcohol. As I understand it, 30% of all people who are incarcerated did their crime while they were drinking. Right? It's the unaddressed elephant in the room across criminal justice. Right? And you add a stimulant to someone highly intoxicated on alcohol, like a 0.1 BAC or above, and you put some domestic violence in there, you've got a real problem. And those people, I'm sure, look terrible. So, and it's 50% of the meth using population, which is growing because people need to work. Okay, they're already drinking. I think this would be a very fertile area for criminal justice to ask. Are you drink? And we have a lot of treatments for alcohol right now. We have a lot. We can make progress in that. We have some for methamphetamine. Dr. Shoptail will talk about those, but alcohol is imminently addressable. Okay.
Did you have another question?
Oh, I do have another question, but I wasn't going to hog my.
I just have a couple of questions. what I've heard earlier today about the maybe no pharmacological differences between the meth purity and whatever else, then how does the commission justify, if you will, or can we justify the 10-to-1 ratio that we use in sentencing people for actual methamphetamine versus a mixture?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with the previous panel members and say that I think it's a mistake to do that because our methamphetamine users, when they go out on the street, are just buying methamphetamine. They're not thinking about the purity of the sample or not. And so I don't know that that is helpful, ultimately, for the Sentencing Commission to continue to go down that path. So I think I would have to agree with what was said previously.
And I want to follow up on what I heard some of you say earlier. I know I heard many people talk about the user going to a trusted source. And I think that's been emphasized with respect to meth addiction. But with your dealings with other types of addiction, whether it was cocaine, marijuana, or whatever it is, don't people go to their I'm just.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, their source, their trusted
That's
source.
right. The behavior is exactly the same. We've done a lot of studies on cocaine-addicted individuals. Exactly the same sort of behavior. They have their trusted, vendor, as it were, and that's who they go to, and they, buy that product from them. And so I think that's a pretty common behavior.
And there's no distinction between meth and any other sort of drug people go to.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the same.
So in another part of my life, I helped develop buprenorphine and naloxone combinations, which are sold as Suboxone, which is a treatment for opiate dependence. And I ran opiate treatment programs. We used to have our lab actually was an opiate treatment program. People used to come down and it's kind of wild. But the answer is I think that the penalty you don't have a differential penalty for heroin versus fentanyl right now. I think a 10-to-1 ratio. I think the ratio just is punitive, and and it's up to you guys. I mean, I don't favor punitive solutions to many things unless they personally affect me. But no, I don't favor punitive solutions to many things, even if they do affect me. But it doesn't seem justified. Looking at those numbers for the amounts of methamphetamine used for people basically trying to work most of the time seem excessive. And I think I would try to get them down to some lower number. Does it really make 10 years really make a difference for someone who was, trying to drive a truck? I think the violent, obviously, if there's violent crime, if there's other factors, and possibly if there's drinking while using lots of methamphetamine, which could endanger people while driving, increase more accidents, increase more fights. I think that could be useful, but just a standalone on the amount of drug impurity does not seem to be well justified.
Commissioner Wong.
Thank you. You talked about, Dr. Mendelson, the interaction between alcohol, but I think, Dr. De La Garza, you had talked about like 90% of meth users are smokers, and is it 85%?
Consume marijuana, cannabinoids.
Those are even higher correlations. Are there interactions there, or what may or may not explain?
Well, so the interaction would be just the opposite, right? So you might have some suppressant effects when using marijuana. And the nicotine, I don't necessarily think there's any accentuation of the high. We published a paper maybe 10 years ago showing no real differences between cigarette smokers and non-cigarette smokers in the high that's produced by cocaine and methamphetamine. So I don't think nicotine is going to be part of this kind of formula, but I think it would be interesting to learn more about the concurrent use of cannabinoids of various sorts, and what impact it might have on some of the outputs.
And particularly on psychosis. I mean, the cannabinoid methamphetamine work needs to be done, has not been done yet. There's recent concern. I mean, cannabinoids are now legal in most states, and higher dose, high potency cannabinoids are going to produce something that's not good, but we don't know what it is yet. Okay, so.
Well, not even K2, but that's certainly going to be a big issue. But, you know, adolescent use of cannabinoids is certainly associated with higher instances of, you know, psychosis and other mental health kind of issues. And I think when you factor that in as a possibility of maybe making these individuals more susceptible to when they use the methamphetamine chronically or repeatedly over time, which in itself has been associated with increased incidences of psychosis. I think that's an interesting kind of dilemma.
Exactly.
That we have to.
We don't have data yet. We don't have data yet.
We don't have that data.
We'll see you in 10 years. All right.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just one more question. And I was thinking earlier, with an earlier panel, we were talking about the abuse potential for methamphetamine as compared to other substances, and there was some suggestion that maybe the abuse potential was similar to cocaine. Do you have any sort of thoughts on, like, if you were trying, you know, we have this table where we're comparing different substances.
Well, the only report that I'm aware of that compared the various drug classes is one by Jim Anthony, a colleague of ours that was published many, many years ago. So I don't know to what extent that is still valid, because methamphetamine has changed over time, cocaine has changed over time, but you know, I do think that there are differences, you know, between these drug classes. We published a paper in 2010 showing the acute cardiovascular and subjective effect differences between cocaine and methamphetamine in a controlled environment. I think those are really interesting. But in terms of abuse liability, I'm not entirely sure what the newest data look like.
Yeah, that I don't think there's any good modern data on this. Modern meaning the last 10 years. Drugs tend to find populations of people who like them. You know, like they people have preferences. The same, you know, except maybe for alcohol again, which seems to cut across all of them. But you know, so I think they're. And I think you also have to look at the social context that the drugs are being used at. You know, the cocaine epidemic occurred in a time of lots of partying, lots of wealth, right? The amphetamine epidemics occur in times of relative poverty and the need to work hard. And that's why I think we're seeing the use skyrocket right now, is because this is a really tough time for working Americans. And you're going to see a lot more cases over the next 5 years. I mean, this is you know, this is the drug of abuse to bet on for the next few years. So I think finding some equitable way to address, you know, whether people are working, what their motivations for use are. If their motivations for use are just to get high, to have more sex, you know, maybe not so legit. You know, but if their motivation that this is the third job, they have to work that third shift in order to pay the rent, I'd be a little more unhappy about sending that person away for a long time.
I will say that, you know, one of the metrics that is used very commonly in our field is the self-administration model.
Yeah.
Because that tells you something about the abuse liability of a substance. You know, how hard is a person willing to work to continue to self-administer that substance? You know, will they do so despite adverse consequences? You know, and so cocaine and methamphetamine are almost identical in that regard. People will absolutely self-administer, and they will continue to do so even if it becomes increasingly more difficult for them to get access to it. So we know that these drugs are powerfully reinforcing. I'm going to put a little plug in for animal research, because I used to be an animal researcher in a previous lifetime. The reason why I think it's important is you have not yet lived if you have not seen an animal self-administering a drug of abuse.
Yeah.
It is really powerful to watch, because here's an animal who has not been experiencing homelessness, is not, you know, being sought after by the criminal justice system, and yet they're self-administering the drug. And the reason why that they're doing that is it's powerfully reinforcing. No one's twisting their little paws to say, get in there and push the lever. They're doing so because the drug is reinforcing. Yeah. Well, guess what? Our patients, the people that we see on the streets, are doing the same thing. And then it's compounded by the fact that they are experiencing homelessness, that they are exposed to all sorts of levels of aggression and violence. All of these things are really impacting them, and that's why I made the suggestion to you that if you were to improve the education efforts, that you target some of that as a way of better understanding why people keep doing it, why they keep going back.
Motivation.
But make no mistake, the drugs themselves are powerfully reinforcing.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Meisler.
Just to close the loop on some of your observations, Dr. Mendelsohn, about methamphetamine consumption, I didn't see in your written research summary findings or the, I think, 2006 and 2008 studies that were appended to them, I didn't see, maybe I just missed this, kind of empirical research into people consuming methamphetamine illicitly to stay awake on their jobs. Is there somewhere we should look?
I could find. I did not. It's not research I've conducted myself. It's an observation that sort of is potent across the people who think about epidemics and waves of addictions, right? Because they come and go, and why do they come and go? But certainly in the military, the reason people are given amphetamines, like pilots, is to stay awake and stay focused, right? I mean, okay.
Just trying to figure out if.
I mean, we have jobs data from the U.S. Department of Defense where they would rather have a guy flying his F-15 on an amphetamine than not.
Right, and I guess I'm just trying to think about it from the opposite end of the spectrum, right? The people who are seeking drugs through illicit sources, and if they are doing so for purposes of maintaining employment. I just wasn't aware of that research.
Yeah. I think the most relevant material comes from the first dexedrine epidemics in the 50s with truck drivers who were, and we have a bunch of rules as a result of that. You can only drive 8 hours. You have a shift on truck driver, but and it's no accident, by the way, that Arkansas is still in the middle of the amphetamine epidemics, right? At 50 years, 70 years later. Truck driving, Arkansas was the truck driving capital of the United States in the 1950s. Long haul drivers went both ways. Why is Walmart there? And you have what requires more vigilance and attention than driving a large truck at night on the freeway, or before freeways in US 66. So you have that. I think the amphetamines have always been used in all contexts where they've been talked about across time as things that enhance your vigilance, enhance your ability to stay awake and stay focused. And again, the military uses them for that purpose today.
Thanks for your answer.
Yes.
I guess I have two. And so what's your sense of why people are, in your estimation, seeking out illegal methamphetamines rather than legal amphetamines like Adderall?
Cost.
You hear about Adderall.
Well, we doctors are expensive. We charge people just to talk to them about it. So right. So it's a lot cheaper to get the guy in the corner. No, I think, and it was telling me. I don't know how the other panelists feel about it, that they're making fake Adderall out of methamphetamine. It means Adderall is expensive. It's hard to get.
Well,
Right.
Dr. De La Garza, I was wondering if we were talking a little bit about whether there were pharmacological, and I realize this is more, I don't know the word experiential, but differences between high purity and low purity meth. And I was struck in your table. You have this table about marijuana then versus now and meth then versus now. The one difference in the low purity meth and the high purity meth that I was struck at was the health impact trends. It looks like what the chart says is that high purity meth has more severe psychosis, overdose, and rapid deterioration.
Yeah, and so, but with the caveat that what I said earlier about unrestricted access to methamphetamine, on a purely hypothetical basis, yes, if you had unrestricted access to methamphetamine, you could do great harm, to the individual. But it's a simple economics sort of issue. Most people don't have unlimited access to methamphetamine. In fact, they can only afford to buy enough methamphetamine for themselves for half a day or maybe a full day at the most. So they're really not going to get to that point. I really appreciated the analogy earlier to a long distance runner versus a sprinter. I was a long distance runner in college, and so I like that analogy where over time you will cause significant damage in a methamphetamine user, but it's the presence of the adulterants that really complicates the issue for methamphetamine use, especially the opioids. And I think you can get toxicity and death very quickly.
One final question. I think both of you, at least Dr. De La Garza, I think you've been here most of the day. Maybe both of you have. Yeah. You've heard it. What is one piece of advice you would leave us with as we consider all of the testimony that we heard? What is the one thing that comes to your mind that you want to tell us to do?
Well, again, I think looking at the totality of the crime is going to be really useful. I mean, the police departments are the officers are struck with an unenviable task of taking people into custody who are doing bad things and often have bad behavior as well, right? And so I think, but I think understanding the totality of the circumstances would I think really help at least make the sentencing recommendations more humane. I don't think, and at this point, I don't think there's much of a justification for, again, like separating the ice, the more crystalline methamphetamine forms from non-crystalline methamphetamine forms. I do think there's a value in making sure that you don't have predominantly L-methamphetamine, in the seized sample. But I think education. I think really. We in the drug abuse community would love to be more to give more education. For many years, I don't think any of you guys did this. NIDA had a program where TV shows, right? That detective seizes a bag of something, takes a switchblade out of his pocket, always a switchblade, got a switchblade in the back pocket, punctures it, puts his little pinky and tastes it, pure meth or pure heroin, right? How many people have seen that? Who hasn't seen that because you haven't been in a movie? Well, they should die, right? They should, like if it's fentanyl especially, the guy should do that. He should be dead in 5 minutes, So NIDA had this whole program where they asked a bunch of us to work for free to advise movie studios on what to write about drugs, and so I did CSI for like 10 years. So all the scientific misinformation CSI belongs to me. But it was a great adventure though, because people would call and say, what is going on here? Or how do I say this? And you guys should set something up with us drug abuse experts, right? A judge has got a question, reach out, get expert advice, right? Get expert advice. We don't need to know anything about the case, right? We could be completely anonymous in that sense. And that might be something that would really be helpful because we also we hear the stories of the people who are successfully coping with drugs. We don't hear the stories of people who have committed a crime, have beaten someone up, have stabbed or murdered someone. They're in jail, so they're not the people going to Dr. Wagner's program, right? So we don't get the other side of the story either. We each see part of the elephant. So that would actually be a fruitful adventure. Would be to let's actually have in my company we do rounds every week. We talk about the difficult cases. Should do rounds, right? Present a case, get the story, get some advice, get some experts, right? That'd be informative for all of us, and would help guide some of our scientific research as well as tailoring what we need to do to better prevent these more severe criminal justice outcomes, because no one in our side of the street targets any of that, right? I mean, none of us have. I've tried to do studies with prisoners, we've been blocked at every step. It's very complicated,
De La Garza?
The only thing I'll do is echo one of the sentiments that was made earlier about the amount of methamphetamine that individuals are caught with. And because I had mentioned that our users self-report using 1 gram per day, I agree with Dr. Wagner that 5 grams per day is not a big step from there.
Yeah.
And it does not necessarily translate into someone who is a dealer of any sort. Certainly not a high-level dealer or distributor, but not even a street-level dealer. I mean, it's an inconsequential amount. I'll again refer to Figure 23 on page 39. The street-level dealers had about 118 grams on them. So I think that if we're talking about numbers like 5 or 50, even 50 grams, we're not talking about a high-level dealer. So I would just be mindful of that in terms of trying to distinguish among these end users versus the ones that are maybe more culpable at the very top of the chain.
Rich, what you're saying is everyone shops at Costco. That's what you're saying.
Well,
You know?
maybe.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you. Our next panel will provide us with medical and public health perspectives on this issue. First, we have Dr. Stephen Shoptaw, who serves as director of the Center for Behavioral and Addiction Medicine. He's a professor in family medicine and psychiatry and biobehavioral sciences, and a vice chair for the research in family medicine at UCLA Family Health Center. Second, we have Dr. Gavin Bart, who serves as a professor of medicine at the University of Minnesota and director of the Division of Addiction Medicine at the Hennepin Healthcare. Finally, we have Rear Admiral Dr. Christopher Jones, who serves as director of the Center for Substance Abuse Prevention and as acting director of the Center for Behavioral Health Statistics and Quality at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Dr. Shoptaw, please, sir, we're ready when you are.
Chair Reeves and Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Steve Shoptaw. I'm in family medicine. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I've made my career over the past 30 years to develop behavioral and medical treatments for methamphetamine use disorder primarily. My group and my teams have led the investigation on contingency management, which is now a standard of care, and we have 3 medications late in the approval process for methamphetamine use coming off the shelf, hopefully within the next 18 to 24 months. So there's a lot of reason to be hopeful. I will say, starting out, that there are a few published reports that link medical, social, psychological, dental consequences from methamphetamine use with type of methamphetamine use. You've heard consistent evidence this morning that actual or mixture or ice really doesn't matter. It's an important dose-related issue of acute effects, but in terms of looking for negative medical and sustained effects on these other factors, it's not that important. Across medical, epidemiological, and clinical studies, the health consequences due to methamphetamine use are instead due to repeated high-dose exposure to methamphetamine over time. Repeated high-dose exposure to methamphetamine over time. There's some models for this. In nicotine and cigarette smoking, we know that behavior of cigarette smokers are stable over time. They dose a certain amount every day. That amount of dosing occurs over an addiction career. Our data that I'll present today actually shows that the same thing can be found among people who use methamphetamine. It's important because in cigarette smoking, we regularly use the concept of pack years as a risk measure. So if you're looking for a risk measure for methamphetamine negative consequences, sort of looking at frequency over a period of time, maybe a year or 6 months, is a good marker. So the 1 milligram the 1 gram of dose that's pretty frequent, common, and there's data in my report, and it's consistent with what was in the prior presentation about daily dosing of methamphetamine corresponds, the first, in metabolism of methamphetamine, the first pass takes off a methyl group and you have pure D-amphetamine. Okay, so you start with methamphetamine and then you go to D-amphetamine. So you're not getting one drug or the other. You're going to pass through amphetamine to get the drug out of the body. So 1 gram of methamphetamine contrasts with the approved use of methamphetamine, which is about 20 to 30 milligrams per day for obesity treatment. It's a second-line treatment for obesity. It is marketed in this country, as well as a second-line treatment for childhood ADHD. So we're talking about dose here. That is acute. Glenn Hansen, the prior NIDA director, has models that show that when you take preclinical animals and you give them low-dose amphetamine or methamphetamine, what you get is not much, so that the animal doesn't do much and you can't see any neurotoxicity. But if you give them high-dose methamphetamine, what happens is this high-dose methamphetamine moves dopamine out of vesicles, storage vesicles in the nerve cells, and actually causes the nerve cell damage that we see with sustained high-dose use of methamphetamine. So I'm getting to this point that it's not just about the dose, but it's going to be about the frequency of dose. We see that acutely, this high-dose methamphetamine, it starts a process of inflammation, both within the gut and also in the circulatory system. That actually is the major mechanism, thought, of the underlying development of negative health consequences of cardiovascular disease, pulmonary disease, neuropsychiatric disease, and dental disease. So what happens really? One of the questions we've been struggling with here today is, how do people use methamphetamine? Our group has a cohort. We followed people over the past 11 years, and what we capture behavioral data and urine data and physical health data from them in 6-month panels. What we found is that we have 3 reliable every 6-month phenotypes. We have people who don't use methamphetamine, people who use methamphetamine daily, people who use methamphetamine as like a less than weekly basis. So we call these weekend warriors, we call these guys daily users, and the non-users. Comparing the people who are using daily to people who are the weekend warriors, we see significant benefit to less frequent methamphetamine use over 6-month periods, along whether they have a positive bacterial test for sexually transmitted infections, detectable viral load for people living with HIV, renal conditions, neurological conditions, psychological conditions, and in terms of social adversity, we see benefits for using less frequently using methamphetamine for unemployment, housing instability, having ever been incarcerated, experiencing intimate partner violence. And we also see that reduction from daily use to a weekend warrior seems to have some health benefit that's correlational. It's not a controlled study, but it's a strong linkage. So one of the benefits of using less is you will see less physical health and social adversity consequences. We see in terms of looking at this concentration of use, in looking at data from the National Household Survey, we see that methamphetamine dependence diagnoses increased from the periods of like 2015 to 2020, something like that. In fact, there are authors on the team here who've written about this. And so what we saw was corresponding increases in inpatient hospitalizations during that same period for stimulant dependence. So these are correlational data, but show that if you have a national level of concentrated methamphetamine use, you also see a higher level of reported myocardial infarctions in the hospital over the same period. What we also see, we see the same sort of thing happening for pulmonary disease. There's something called pulmonary arterial hypertension. It's a rare disease and you die from it. One of the places where you will see a scientific report on mixture was from a 1993 report from a trucker in California who was doing crank. He was snorting crank to be able to run his trucks, and he developed pulmonary arterial hypertension. Today, methamphetamine is one of the critical factors that you use to diagnose methamphetamine idiopathic pulmonary arterial hypertension. Again, a panel member plotted publicly funded treatments for methamphetamine use disorder by geography. And the pulmonary arterial hypertension people plotted the cases of that disease nationally. And when you look at those charts, and you can see that in my report, they overlay perfectly with the highest prevalence of both conditions in the West, followed by the South, the Midwest, and then the Northeast, or it goes the Midwest, South, and Northeast. So again, correlational data, but again, more data showing that a lung disease is linked not to a dose, but to the frequency of the drug use. And I'll leave you with thoughts about neuropsychiatric disease. The primary problem from using meth frequently is stroke. We heard that this morning, and it is absolutely the case. That's a cardiovascular problem that hits the brain. But we also see other things going on as well. We also see a degradation of the area of the brain that inhibits impulses. So we've been talking a lot about violence, and in fact, I've done some expert testimony on death penalty cases about methamphetamine being a contributory factor to what happened in the event of the violence. If you talk to any of my patients, what you'll hear them say is that when I'm on methamphetamine, I've got no brakes. So if you're going down a road and you actually have methamphetamine on board, and that methamphetamine involves violence, or the road involves violence, there's no brakes. And I have some personal data on that in terms of some consultations I've done that are very interesting. So I always tell people methamphetamine doesn't kill people, but people who use methamphetamine kill people. So it's just not that methamphetamine causes violence. It is eroding the area of the brain that actually is the brakes that helps people stop doing heinous things. There was some discussions today about paranoid schizophrenia. One of the things about paranoid schizophrenia that's very interesting, I think, is that abstinence doesn't bring you back to today where I'm not paranoid. So this is a significant lifelong problem, again, showing the disease in brains. And I'll close with the idea about dental. The inflammation that's caused by methamphetamine also affects the gingiva. Every one of us hates going and seeing the dental hygienist every 6 months, but it actually saves our teeth. And so the idea of actually when you have meth mouth, missed, decaying, fractured teeth, you can't get a job, which is a contributing factor that sets a limit on how far you can go into returning back to where you were in society before you left. So I'll summarize by saying there are few to no data showing negative correlations between any negative medical, social, psychological consequences and type of methamphetamine used. Instead, it's strongly and consistently correlated with the frequency of that dose used.
Thank you, Dr. Shoptaw. Dr. Bart.
Thank you, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. I'm pleased to be here. I am an internist, addiction medicine physician, and clinical pharmacologist working out of Hennepin Healthcare, which is Minnesota's largest safety net healthcare system. I'll read my comments extracted from my written testimony. So we're 800,000 overdoses into our opioid crisis since 2015, and it's garnered incredible public attention. But during this time, the rate of methamphetamine-associated overdoses has increased nearly eightfold with little public awareness or concern. There are parallel increases in methamphetamine-associated hospitalizations, emergency department encounters, and non-fatal overdoses. Last year, 2.4 million people, 12 and older in the United States, used methamphetamine, with 2/3 of them meeting diagnostic criteria for a methamphetamine use disorder. In recent reports, overdose deaths due to the combination of opioids and stimulants, such as methamphetamine, have surpassed overdoses due to opioids alone. Some refer to this increase as the fourth wave of the opioid crisis. Compared to those who use opioids only or methamphetamine only, those who use opioids and methamphetamine are more likely to be hospitalized, engaged in emergency department visits, have unstable housing, rely on public assistance, and to be incarcerated. And so while those latter issues are more reflective of how our society responds to people who use drugs, the aforementioned medical consequences of methamphetamine use, such as psychosis, cardiomyopathy, lung disease, infections related to injection drug use, sexual encounters, the trauma and premature labor are resource intensive, expensive, and contribute to an unhealthy populace. In short, methamphetamine is a major public health issue. Something that hasn't been mentioned today is the public health implications of incarceration, and that's relevant to the U.S. Sentencing guidelines. So mortality rates during the first few weeks following release from prison are 14 times higher than the general population. While all-cause mortality is increased following release, the main reasons for this increase in mortality are driven by overdose, suicide, and trauma. The length of incarceration also impacts post-release mortality, with one study showing parolees experiencing a 2-year decrease in life expectancy for every year imprisoned. Contributing to these factors are certainly pre-existing medical conditions, undiagnosed or undertreated medical conditions during incarceration, the loss of benefits while incarcerated, the difficulty of reestablishing benefits, and medical care upon release. We heard about the difference between L and D methamphetamine, and so a gram of pure DL or racemic methadone may be less potent than a gram of pure D-amphetamine. They both seem to be synonymous under the U.S. sentencing guidelines as methamphetamine actual or ICE, respectively, yet most testing seems to be based only on the potency and not on purity and not the potency of how much of it is D versus L. So I think if there's going to be a sentencing standard based on purity, it may be prudent to also account for differences in potency because methamphetamine actual is not necessarily the same as ICE. But if here is the main operational word for two reasons. First, it's unclear from a pharmacologic basis why methamphetamine is the only commonly used drug for which purity enters the sentencing guidelines. With the advent of pure and potent methamphetamine, those with existing tolerance will just titrate their dose to the desired effect. And a person who is used to using methamphetamine that might be racemic, if there's a switch to the D only, they aren't going to feel as huge of a difference from that as someone who's maybe never used any amphetamine at all. They'll just simply use a smaller amount. So a gram of racemic doesn't go quite as far as a gram of D. So they titrate the amount they use. This is very similar to cigarettes. You know, when we had the experiment of light cigarettes, which weren't really light, people just adjusted their smoking pattern. They puffed harder, they covered the little filter holes. So if there's a change in purity for methamphetamine, they'll just act accordingly to get the dose that they need. I think a difference between methamphetamine and nicotine here for cigarettes is, cigarettes are regulated, so people understand what the purity level is of the nicotine in the cigarettes they get, whereas someone who's using methamphetamine doesn't a priori know what it is that they're using. And it's this lack of consistency in product purity and potency and the frequent introduction of toxic undesired impurities that leads to the clinical complications we see. So from a clinical and public health perspective, it actually may be better to have a purer and more predictable product out there. Now, cocaine has its own history of sentencing disparities, so I don't want to repeat those, but it may be helpful in terms of public health trends to compare methamphetamine and cocaine. So for the period of 2015 to 2024, the number of people who reported using methamphetamine in the past year increased 50%, yet cocaine use has remained relatively stable during this time. But during the same period of time, cocaine-associated deaths increased 5-fold, while methamphetamine-associated deaths increased approximately 8-fold. Again, both of those increases really driven by fentanyl rather than the pure cocaine or methamphetamine themselves. We should also compare, not just one stimulant against the other, but look at it in terms of illicitly manufactured fentanyl. As mentioned previously, methamphetamine-related deaths tend to involve fentanyl, and 43% of the 75,000 fentanyl overdose deaths in the United States involve methamphetamine. Emergency departments also see 84,000 non-fatal overdoses annually. And fentanyl-specific hospitalizations, well, those aren't measured. We know there are about 900,000 opioid-related hospitalizations each year, which is 4 times the number of hospitalizations caused by methamphetamine. And since the number of people using fentanyl is about a quarter of the number of people who use methamphetamine, there's an incredible disproportion in terms of the public health impact of fentanyl versus methamphetamine. And unlike fentanyl, where we have very effective medications to treat, we really don't have any medications right now for methamphetamine, and the treatments that we do have are labor-intensive and last only a few weeks to months and have suboptimal outcomes, with 60% of people being treated for methamphetamine use returning to methamphetamine within the year following treatment. And people who have both methamphetamine and an opioid use disorder are less likely to get the effective treatment for their opioid use disorder, which places them at increased risk for poor outcome and death. So we definitely need ongoing investment in medication development and innovations in behavioral treatment for methamphetamine. But I want to circle back to the question of whether there is a pharmacological, medical, or public health rationale for methamphetamine sentencing guidelines to be based only on purity. The answer is no. But if purity is taken into consideration, it should also apply to other drugs. Here the real question is, should higher purity be upward adjusting or downward adjusting to sentencing recommendations? It is fentanyl's unpredictable variability in purity, with the additives of xylazine, methamphetamine, illicitly manufactured benzodiazepines like we saw last month in Baltimore, that enhance the sedation and contribute to fentanyl's harms. In this case, increased purity may actually have a public health benefit because it gets rid of these toxic contaminants. Driving down the purity of methamphetamine, we don't know if it will have a similar negative consequence in terms of the introduction of potentially toxic and dangerous additives like xylazine or other, like we've seen with cocaine, levamisole, which can impact the immune system. So I think ultimately the complications related to drugs are a combination of their direct medical effects and how our society chooses to respond to people who use drugs. So I think the choice of this committee most directly relates to the latter, but the public health implications of the choices that this committee makes shouldn't be underestimated. And I'll conclude with that, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Barr.
Thank you very much, and appreciate being on the panel with esteemed colleagues. I think we've all cited each other's research, and Dr. Bart basically covered most of what you have in my written, so I won't go through all of that. I think I'll just sort of reflect on the epidemiology of methamphetamine use and reinforce some of the ideas that have already been shared. And this has been an area of research for me over the last several years, really trying to understand the reemergence of methamphetamine in the context of the opioid crisis, and where was a relationship or where was there not a relationship. And in research we've done with national data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, we saw that methamphetamine use increased over the last decade. The most recent NISDA data have some challenges with looking back over longer periods of time, but we still see that that has generally been an increase over time. But I think the takeaway point is that not only was use increasing, but the frequency of use, sort of the severity of use. So more frequent daily use, people injecting greater proportion with methamphetamine use disorder. So sort of the intensity and frequency and the risk for harm had been shifting. We also saw that use was happening across a broader population of people. If you look at sort of the early to mid-2000s, you tended to see certain pockets of the country that had methamphetamine use, but other areas really didn't. And we've seen increases really across most demographic groups in the community-based survey data on drug use. And so, you know, that is, I think, important as we think about the public health implications. I mean, for instance, non-Hispanic Black populations historically had really low rates of methamphetamine use and much higher rates of cocaine use. while the cocaine use rates still remain high, we've seen an increase in methamphetamine use. And even in the populations where methamphetamine use has been high historically, those populations still have high rates. So people in rural areas, tribal populations, people living in the West. It's pretty consistent in the research that we've done. The last panel brought up the issue of polysubstance use. Again, whether it's treatment data, community-based data, we see that with people who use methamphetamine, that there's high prevalence of co-use of alcohol, nicotine, other illicit substances, prescription opioid misuse, prescription stimulant misuse. And based on the NISDA data, it seems that people who are using methamphetamine are sort of on the far end of the spectrum. They've used lots of different substances. And we have far more people who are, meeting criteria for use disorder than, say, initiating methamphetamine use in the past year, which is different than we see for some of the more commonly used substances. We also looked at treatment data, and we found very similar trends. Demographic groups that historically had low rates of methamphetamine use at treatment admissions saw increases. We saw that the increases were largely connected to continued increases in co-use of opioids. Whether it was people who were using opioids as their primary substance coming into treatment, we saw methamphetamine rising among that population, and vice versa. People who said methamphetamine was their primary substance increasingly were reporting use of opioids. And this really tracks closely with the supply data from DEA, where you see, the West has historically had much more methamphetamine, but the Northeast actually had some of the largest increases in treatment admissions for methamphetamine, and that's consistent with an increase in supply in those communities. The other thing that we saw in the treatment data that is reflected in the community-based data is a shift away from smoking and an increase in injecting. We saw that whether somebody also reported opioid use or not. It was sort of an across-the-board shift. Smoking was still the most common route, but it had been going down over time, whereas injection was going up. Again, consistent with the idea that people are engaging in more riskier behaviors with methamphetamine use. And then, as was just mentioned on the mortality data, again, about 2/3 of overdose deaths that involve methamphetamine or per CDC classification, psychostimulants with abuse potential, which is primarily methamphetamine, 2/3 of those deaths involve opioids as well. What we've seen in the last year, as overdose deaths have gone down, the rate of decline for substances like fentanyl or synthetic opioids has been going down faster than deaths involving psychostimulants. So as a proportion of deaths, psychostimulants with abuse potential or methamphetamine has actually been going up as a proportion of overdose deaths. So something to keep an eye on to see as we start to look at demographic subgroups or geographic areas, what might be driving some of that and how might the supply be contributing. And then the last area, again, I just want to reinforce on the treatment side is that we really have challenges in the treatment space. We have, many people who could benefit from treatment, but those treatments are difficult to operationalize in many medical settings. Contingency management is probably the best studied, but it has its own operational challenges. Although the most recent ASAM, American Academy of Addiction and Psychiatry, guidelines for stimulant use disorders does talk about pharmacological treatments, those are currently off-label. And so there is a need for continued investment from both NIH and FDA to bring products to market with FDA approval for treatment of stimulant use disorder. So we have psychosocial treatments, we have off-label use, but it is really not meeting the need of populations, just given the sort of broad spectrum of impact of methamphetamine use disorder in the country. So with that, you've got all the nerdy statistics. I won't go through all of those, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Jones. Turn to my colleagues. Any questions for this esteemed panel? Yes, starting Commissioner Meisler.
Thank you for being here. This question is primarily for Dr. Shabta, but any perspectives are certainly welcome. I took your testimony to focus on the dangers associated with frequency, or basically to say that the worst health outcomes are associated with frequency more so than purity. But I guess I'm wondering whether those two things are related. So just into my kind of primitive understanding, I could imagine a situation in which higher purity, higher potency might lead to higher addictive potential. And if someone is then inclined to use the drug more often because they want the high more often, and purity in that sense fuels more frequent use. Is that a way to think about it, or am I missing something there?
So that's a great question, and I've thought about that, and I think the horse is already out of the barn. From the presentations this morning, you have to search to find lower purity and lower quality methamphetamine, and people don't have a market where they can search. So they're getting high dose methamphetamine. So as I was preparing this report, that was a challenging thought in my mind, was how do you separate out the issue of purity and the issue of frequency? And the bottom line answer to that is you can't, because right now everything is so pure that you're talking about a hypothetical. It's not going to happen. So in terms of thinking about sentencing guidelines, it's not a relevant question.
Busy mate.
Thank you all so much for joining us today and for your written testimony. We appreciate it. I had a question. I think this is maybe for everyone, but I think Admiral Jones, you brought this up in terms of looking at mortality data. And I've seen references to the CDC's overdose deaths and involving methamphetamine or involving fentanyl. And when we're looking at those numbers, is it with each of those, is it possible that there are other substances involved and that's one of them? I'm just curious about how to understand that data. And
Sure. Yes, and it is something that is commonly misrepresented in the media and misunderstood. So when a person dies from an overdose and a medical examiner or coroner or somebody who's certifying the death fills out the death certificate, essentially an individual can have one underlying cause of death. So that, in this case, would be drug overdose. But they can list up to 19 other contributing causes, and that might be multiple substances or other circumstances that contributed to the death, but were not necessarily the underlying cause. So when I was at CDC, 15 years ago, when we first started reporting on overdose deaths, we would label things like opioid deaths, cocaine deaths. But what we found is that people would then try to add those up. And there was a lot of overlap. It really is more common to have multiple substances in an overdose death than a single substance. So we started using the term, opioid involved or opioid related, just reflect that, yes, the opioid, somebody made medical examiner or coroner made a determination that the opioid contributed to the death. Not simply that it was present, but that it contributed to the death. But there were other substances that could be involved. CDC has a newer data system called the State Unintentional Drug Overdose Reporting System, which allows for a bit more granularity in the particular drugs and drug combinations involved in overdose deaths. And in their most recent dashboard, they report about 21% of the overdose deaths from about 40 or so states involved fentanyl only. So that means in most cases, even with deaths that involve fentanyl, other substances, 80% of the time, other substances are involved. And a lot of time, it's opioids and stimulants that are involved. So it's just a more nuanced way to talk about the data. You wouldn't add up deaths that involve methamphetamine and deaths that involve opioids because you get more than the total because there's overlap.
that's very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Judge Restrepo.
So, is there anything unique, and this is for anybody on the panel, is there anything unique about methamphetamine as opposed to other drugs that you think judges, probation officers, and folks in the system should be aware of?
So I've thought about that as well. So methamphetamine is not it's not a prototypical drug. It doesn't fit well with other drugs. When you think about opioid use, when you think about cocaine use, when you think about other drugs, it's very different. We've heard testimony today that one of the problems with methamphetamine is stopping using methamphetamine. It's very hard, and the reason for that is because when you stop methamphetamine use, you have this very awful negative withdrawal thing that happens. It's not as severe as an opioid use disorder, so it doesn't drive you immediately back. But what happens is it's sort of like having a bad month. And so all it takes is one dose of methamphetamine to take away all of that ick. And so then automatically you're back and running. So, and you're feeling better. That's called negative reinforcement, and that's the hardest behavior to extinguish that there is. So one of the things that I kind of take hope from when I'm thinking about methamphetamine and what we should be thinking about is finding ways to reinforce using less frequently. And so the idea in our data, in our cohort data, we see that people don't go from no use to daily use. That the transitions that people have in their methamphetamine use patterns, and it's very reliable, happen about a year at a time. And they go from daily to like weekend warrior or back, or from weekend warrior to not and maybe back. But they don't go from not at all to daily or daily to not at all. That's a very infrequent behavior pattern in our 500 men we've been following every 6 months for 11 years. So I think that's an important point, is just to remind people that this is really tough. It's really hard to get, we need to widen our perspectives in thinking about what we need to do, that this isn't something you can just go to a methadone clinic or take some buprenorphine and you're going to be able to be a taxpayer. That's not the way this works. And so having that sort of understanding that that is the task in front of the person in front of you might be helpful.
Yeah, the only things I would add, just based on some of our work, again, the prevalence of co-use. It's not specific to necessarily methamphetamine as a chemical, but people who are using methamphetamine is the prevalence of co-use of other substances or co-occurring use disorders, but also prevalence of mental illness or mental health challenges among people who are using methamphetamine. So as Steve said, you know, it's complicated in their environment, right? Violence, other behaviors that are playing out, and the mental illness side of that can further complicate treatment. And sometimes it may be that there are acute mental health challenges as a result of chronic methamphetamine use, and then sometimes there are underlying mental health challenges. So from a treatment perspective and a recovery perspective, those just add to complexity that, yes, that exists for some other substances, but maybe not to the same degree. The other piece is that as a proportion of people who are using, at least based on the NISDA data, there's a much larger proportion of people who use methamphetamine that have a use disorder or meet criteria for a use disorder compared to alcohol, cocaine, marijuana, other like prescription opioids or prescription stimulants that are misused, or even heroin. We tend to see that methamphetamine, again, as a proportion of people, tend to be more on the severe spectrum. And I think that's, as all the reasons, the sort of strong addictive potential, reinforcing effects, the negative reinforcement, all of those things, I think, contribute to that.
I think I completely agree with Rear Admiral Jones. Keeping in mind multiple substances being used, and there are many data sets that will show people who use multiple substances, especially methamphetamine and opioids, just have more levels of medical complications, mental health complications than people who only use either drug. There also, we haven't really talked about it so much, and I don't want to feed into the stigma of, people who use methamphetamine are zombies and they're gone and we should write them off. But there are some initial cognitive issues in people who are especially coming off of just using methamphetamine. And I think when it comes to judges or others who are maybe in a position to sentence people to treatment or have that, drug court procedures, et cetera, asking people to jump through many hoops, sometimes sitting through, 3 hours of treatment a day, when cognitively they aren't quite ready to have the attention span to jump through all those hoops and sit through 3 hours is maybe not the best utilization of resources, and tailoring the interventions to people who are using methamphetamine rather than a generic sort of one treatment, one size fits all, may be something to consider within the courts, or for those judges who may be sentencing people to treatment. What is the nature and the quality of that treatment they're being sentenced to?
Dr. Bart, I have a couple of follow-ups with you, because I think you opened up your testimony, talking about a 2-year decrease in life expectancy for every year that is served. in prison. Do you find yourself persons who have returned to the community? Are they turning to you or others for addiction treatments even after having been incarcerated? You see what I'm asking?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's an increased awareness to create some form of what's often referred to as transitional care. So transitional medical care, that transition from incarceration into the community, because there's such a huge fall off of care. Again, you've lost all your benefits because now you're incarcerated. So how are you going to get your Medicare, Medicaid, or insurance? All the gaps of, the impact of having a criminal record. Now it's harder to get a job, harder to get housing, all of these downstream consequences that are also negatively impactful on health people are struggling with, makes it getting health care maybe lower down on the list of priorities. So creating better transitions, these transitional clinics for people to get care to help drive down maybe some of the negative health consequences that occur during that period of incarceration, where people's not just addiction and mental health may not be optimally managed, but again, other medical diseases that aren't being diagnosed because we have inadequately funded health care within the criminal justice system. Diseases that aren't optimally being managed because of cost savings measures within the criminal justice system. So there's an incredible opportunity to at least pick up on those at times of release to begin treating these disorders, including picking up the addiction treatment to help drive down that return to drug use. I remember speaking to one person coming out of prison, and he had done this many times in and out of prison, and for him, he would say, the drive home, I lost it because I'm not used to seeing the world go by 50 miles an hour. I mean, that was enough to set him off. And we don't have systems in place to really help during that difficult transition. So again, trying to find a job, trying to find housing, dealing with this overwhelming sense after being institutionalized makes it really easy to go back to drug use. And so the better we can set up these transitional systems, or preferably even avoid getting people incarcerated in the first place, at least we can do things to prevent that return to drug use and increased risk that comes with it of loss of tolerance and maybe now medical complications because they return to use after that period of incarceration.
Any further questions from this panel? Thank you, gentlemen, so much. We appreciate you. Final panel for today will provide us with treatment provider perspectives on this issue. First, we have Dr. Edwin Chapman, a specialist for over 40 years in internal medicine and addiction medicine in the District of Columbia. Second, we have Amanda Jernigan, who serves as Corporate Outpatient Director at Gaudenzia Addiction Treatment and Recovery Services. Dr. Chapman, sir, we're ready when you are.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I just want to preface this conversation. My office is actually about 2 miles from here in northeast D.C., and I've actually practiced for 50 years. I'm a 1973 graduate at Howard University. So we've really thoroughly covered what I call the tail of the elephant, the supply side and punishment. But if we're really going to look at the whole elephant, we need to look at the head and the body. So when we look at treatment, and before I get into treatment, I'd like to mention several common denominators that we've noticed related to demand. According to a Commonwealth Fund study, the United States leads the world in overdose deaths. Our overdose death rate is 324 per million as of 2022, as opposed to France and Portugal that are 9 and 7 respectively. So we really have to look underneath the cover as to why is there such a demand for illicit drugs in our country. Two Princeton economists, Nobel Prize winners, Ann Case and Angus Deaton, published a study around 2013, 2015, showing that with the closure of automobile assembly plants, within 5 years, there's a dramatic increase in overdose deaths and alcohol use. So we can see that there's clearly an economic component to what we're seeing, and that brings in the stress factors. So when we look at any other substance abuse use, we also have to look at our healthcare system. The Commonwealth Fund again did a study that was just recently reported that the United States ranked 10th out of 10 industrialized countries in terms of access to care, although we have the highest cost system in the world. So when we look at all of these factors, we really have to really look at this in context of treatment access. My experience here in Washington, D.C. Is right now I treat primarily opioid use disorder. 100% of my patients are opioid use disorder patients. And I've been treating opioid use disorder since the year 2000, first in a methadone clinic, but then in my private practice from 2005 to the present. In 2014, we first noticed an increase in the fentanyl supply. So we only had 83, 84 overdose deaths in the district in 2014. By 2015, we saw 20% fentanyl, and by 2019, we had 91% fentanyl. Today, we have 96% fentanyl. Most of our associated drugs are alcohol would be probably number one, cocaine, and then increasingly over the past several years, amphetamine. We did see a marked uptick with xylazine in the past 2 years, but most recently we've seen more amphetamines in our drug supply, which is relatively unusual for Washington, D.C. My patient population is 98% African American and primarily on the east side of the city. So those are the factors from a demographic standpoint that really account for our population. In 2023, we had the highest overdose death number of deaths, which was 522. Only 9 patients had buprenorphine in their system, and only 24 patients had methadone in their system. So access to treatment is clearly a factor. What we've noticed recently, because we do have polydrug users who are testing for multiple drugs, that when we are able to successfully treat the opioid use disorder, in many instances, the associated drugs like amphetamines and cocaine also disappear. Methadone and buprenorphine do not treat those drugs directly, so we know that most of the time our patients are getting these drugs not knowing that they're mixed in the drug supply. So it's really the fact that we have this poly drug supply in the District of Columbia that's accounting for these other drugs. Once the opioids disappear, we very rarely see amphetamines by themselves associated with that. I'm going to stop there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jernigan.
Hi, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all today. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm the director of clinical services at Gaudentia. We are the largest nonprofit provider of treatment both for mental health disorders and substance use disorders, and we've been doing this for 56 years. Not me personally, just for the record. I've only been doing it for 23. Just felt like I needed to say that. But, you know, we have seen a big change in the drug front, and it continues to change. Even saying I've been doing this for 23 years hurts a little bit to say out loud, but the drug trends change over time. And, you know, I'm here to share what we're seeing on the ground level when it comes to methamphetamine use, involving nature of the drug supply and how that impacts our behavior, our treatment, and the behavior of the client and the outcomes for the individuals that we serve. Gaudentia is a nonprofit, and we actually serve the people kind of nobody else wants to serve. They are oftentimes underinsured, have no insurance, are homeless, have been in the criminal justice system for many years. We work with the Department of Corrections, those types of individuals. And as we know, methamphetamine is a powerful central nervous system stimulant. We're seeing it being injected, we're seeing it being smoked, we're seeing it being snorted, and we're seeing it being taken orally. When for prolonged use, many of these individuals develop dependence, and in the substance abuse world, those are the harder people to treat. We have abuse and we have dependence. And while it's derived from methamphetamine, which was widely prescribed in the 50s and 60s, today's use patterns and purity levels reflect a totally different landscape. We're seeing it spread out regionally, and because Gaudentia is spread out regionally, we see differences in different regions that we work in. But it's estimated that nearly 5 million Americans have used methamphetamine at some point, whether that was intentional or unintentional. But the short-term and long-term effects can be severe, ranging from stroke, cardiac arrhythmia, and intense anxiety to paranoia, hallucinations, and structural changes in the brain. In treatment, we have to address these symptoms directly while also helping individuals stabilize, build resilience, and access evidence-based treatment interventions at every level of care. So we're always paying close attention to what's happening in the current drug supply. We have a lot of offices in our Pennsylvania area, so we follow the PA Groundhog reports a lot to get information. And in their 2025 report, they have shown a gradual decline from 84% in early 2023 to 73% in 2025. And this is reflective of broader changes in the manufacturing and distribution of the drug, but also impacts us clinically. When the purity drops, individuals may increase their dosages to achieve the same effect, raising their risk of toxicity or what's called overamping and unintentional mixing of other substances, which can be life-threatening. We also work closely with law enforcement agencies in Pennsylvania and Maryland and Delaware. And we've seen in 2024, there was over 3,500 arrests related to amphetamine and methamphetamines. But in the first half of 2025, we're already at 1,500 arrests. And that's just going to continue to grow. We're seeing shifts as well in the treatment of individuals coming into treatment. So we run a frontline report every year, and our data showed a 3% agency-wide primary diagnosis of methamphetamine use disorder. This has been consistently climbing over the last few years, and this varies across states. So we saw a 1% increase of the methamphetamine primary use disorder for Maryland, 8% in Delaware, and of interest in Delaware, that is a women-only program, so all of that came from women who are using methamphetamine, so it's not just the men, and 3% in Pennsylvania. The actual only decrease that we saw was in our Washington, D.C. program, where we saw a 3% decline in the methamphetamine primary use. But these numbers do not even indicate the number of individuals who use methamphetamine as a secondary or tertiary diagnosis. We're also seeing trends increase, and this underscores the regional variation in supply, availability, and user behavior. This is also affected oftentimes by seizures, raids, all those types of things that affect the influx of the drug in the market. Detoxification and withdrawal management are often necessary for our individuals with long-term methamphetamine use, and during which time we're addressing both those physical and those psychological symptoms. There are both long-term and short-term physical effects of methamphetamine, which include stroke, cardiac arrhythmia, stomach cramps, shaking, and mental health symptoms such as anxiety, paranoia, hallucinations, and those changes to the brain. Withdrawal can cause intense cravings, fatigue, depression, and severe body aches. And for clients that are experiencing meth-induced psychosis or suicidal ideation, medical supervision is critical. I know we've talked a lot about medications today, but there are a lot of off-label medications currently used to treat the cravings, which is the big piece of the methamphetamine use, such as Topamax and Wellbutrin, but we don't have the medical assisted treatment that we do when we talk about opioid use disorder. So we're doing the best we can. But we're waiting for those things. I heard 12 to 24 months. I'm just holding you to that. No pressure from my perspective. But there is some early research going through a National Institute of Health. Combination medications of naltrexone and Wellbutrin together are showing promising effects. And once they're stabilized, clients benefit from behavioral therapies. And those evidence-based approaches include contingency management, cognitive behavioral therapy, motivational interviewing, and using evidence-based curriculums such as the Matrix model by SAMHSA. These therapies and curriculums helped individuals build coping skills, prevent relapse, and strengthen motivation to stay engaged in treatment. And once you finish higher intensity treatment, it's always recommended for somebody with methamphetamine use disorder to transition to lower intensity programs where they continue their therapy while slowly reintegrating into the community. Support during this stage includes things like getting them connected to peer recovery support groups like Smart Recovery, Narcotics Anonymous, Celebrate Recovery, or Refuge Recovery. And clients also begin connecting with outpatient care, workforce development, primary care, mental health providers, and other pro-social supports. Treating methamphetamine disorder is complex, but it is treatable. As research evolves and new tools become available, we remain committed to adapting our practices and staying grounded in what works. Thank you for this opportunity to share.
Thank you. I turn to my colleagues. Any questions?
I have the same question I asked the previous panel about what, if anything, is unique about methamphetamine that you would want judges, probation officers, and other folks in the criminal justice system to take into consideration?
I think it's important that we quantify what treatment looks like from the criminal justice perspective, because I've seen it in various ways of like, just go for the evaluation and you check the box and that's treatment, or go to one level of treatment but don't go to the other levels of treatment. And that's not what the research is saying is indicative for methamphetamine use disorder. So treatment could look like a high-intensity detox to a high-intensity residential program to a low-intensity residential to outpatient services. Well, we don't always get the backing from probation, parole to keep them in that continuum, if that makes sense. So understanding that treatment is not just a one and done, it's various levels. And depending on the length of the use of how much they've been using and the length of time they've been using requires longer exposure to treatment.
I think if we really look at just the opioid epidemic in general, only 20% of patients who actually need medications, and we have 3 medications too that we know actually reduce overdose deaths. And in the African-American population is less than 10% have access. So there are multiple factors involved, economic problems, homelessness, patients being separated from their families, so that all of that plays into the fact that unless we're able to have some kind of universal access that is free. My approach would be that anyone who needs treatment, access should be free. The European model, and the reason why Portugal and France have such low overdose rates, is that they have a universal health system, so anyone can get access to methadone or buprenorphine. What's going to happen in our system if you have to work to get Medicaid. That's not only going to impact the individual, it has a trickle down and impacts children as well. There was a study that came out 2 years ago that showed that foster care between 2011 and 2021 increased. There were 321,000 children in foster care because of the parents had either overdosed or were incapacitated. So this trickle-down effect means that we're impacting the next generation, and that's going to be all drugs, not just amphetamines, but cocaine, alcohol. Without access, people are not going to be able to get treatment.
All right. V.C. Murray.
I had a follow-up question on the 2025 PA Groundhog Drug Purity Report, because its results are so different than what we've seen in a lot of other reports. Do you know if it was focused quite a bit on pills or powder, or if it was focused on crystal? Or is there a difference in terms of prevalence of crystal versus pills in Pennsylvania?
It did not say that in the report. It just, like everyone else said, it's variable depending on the region, right? So we see different things in like more rural areas than we do in more urban areas and even suburban areas, right? So with Philadelphia being such a big hub for like the drug area, I'm assuming that it's probably going to be more of the powder, but I don't know that for certain.
I'll just ask you one question. I know Dr. Chapman has been with us most of the day, so I think you've heard all of the testimony. Ms. Jernigan, I know you were here for at least half of the day. But is there anything you want to leave us with that you would tell us that you either heard today or that you want to leave us with respect to what we ought to do about this issue?
I think particularly in my community where incarceration has been the treatment for decades, that we need to re-educate not only the community but also the healthcare community in terms of the fact that treatments are available. Perhaps we don't have medications for amphetamines, but certainly having housing, having counseling, having support services would really have a dramatic impact. And I think we can look at the District of Columbia and the fact that we have 3 medical schools here, and we have a homeless population that's really costing us much more money because people don't just die. They end up going to the emergency room. They end up going to the hospital. And when I mentioned methadone and buprenorphine, I was shocked to find that treatment of one patient for 1 year per capita saves $271,000. And I think the younger the patients, the more likely, regardless of what the drug, the more likely they are to have children. And then you get that downward spiral because you're impacting multiple generations. So I think treatment as opposed to punitive measures and incarceration is paramount.
Thank you.
Just to kind of piggyback off of that, I agree with that. I also think understanding that, we focus so much on the opioid epidemic that we lose sight of some of these other drugs. And we just need to say we have a drug epidemic is what I always say to people is how are we going to address that? Not saying that I'm not minimizing all the lives that were lost during the opioid epidemic, but we focus so much on that. We seem to lose sight of all these other drugs. In the meantime, the opioid epidemic has scared a lot of the end users of the fact that it's mixed with fentanyl and all these other tranquilizer-like drugs that cause all these other things that people are switching to these drugs to stay safer in a way. And I think we lose sight of that. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe there are any other questions. ladies and gentlemen who are with us in this room and those who are watching live stream, this ends our discussion on these topics at this moment. The commission itself will continue this discussion. I want to thank the staff again for the extraordinary work that you did in collecting these experts who came forward today. It was a great panel. We appreciate all of the written submissions as well as the verbal testimony. And for those who want to keep up with what the commission is doing, www.ussc.gov. You can tune into that 24/7, 365, and on leap year, 366. Thank you so much for everything today. Now our hearing is now adjourned.